Hi, everyone. We're live. I'm talking to Kyle over here because he's a nice guy. How are you all doing today? I'm doing fantastic. Also, Friday. What's up, Paint Liquor? What's up, T. Schmidt? Dragonfire, what's going on? Hi, Kyle.
Hey
there. Today yeah, we also have professional Paint Liquor. What's up, guys? I'm getting everything started here. Jason will be on here in just a little minute or two. And T. Schmidt, you have new paints? Sweet. I have a sad Dorito that needs to be saved from itself. I have been bequeathed an old sad Forge World Dorito, and I'm gonna fix it up and make it all spicy on stream today, which is really exciting. So we're gonna do that. I have my trusty Pro Fix so that we can fix her on up, and then we're gonna prime it over and do something with the base. Needs a little bit of work, a little bit of TLC for sure, but we can make it. We can make it happen. We'll pull that stuff off. Ugh. We'll sort of make it happen, maybe. All right. So, I hope you guys are all having a fun Friday. I almost said Saturday. It's not Saturday yet. T. Schmidt, what new paints did you get? Did you just get the fluorescent set in, finally? Do we have... Ooh, I do have a big old brush. I'm going to get all the dust off of this thing. Because it is... You can tell that this thing was sitting on somebody's shelf for a hot minute. And didn't get the light of day. We're gonna do a little bit of cleanup. Clippers, excellent. Let's not stab myself. And I need to get some of this schmutz off here. So everybody's playing for the weekend. T. Schmidt, you gonna give your fluorescents a little bit of a go? Give them the good old tryouts. See how they work. What's everyone else doing this weekend? Anything in particular that sounds fun? All day 40K. What's up? Paint a bunch of eyes with fluoros last night. Absolutely lovely results. Fantastic. Paint L'Oreal. What is that, Paint Liquor? What's that from? What's up, Wad Tomato? And how goes it? Oh gosh. There's all this texture paint that was up on the base. My goodness. Alright, we're gonna go over how to rescue some sad paint jobs. I'll bring all this back down to primer. So it'll be better in a few hours when your workday is over. Nice, okay. Okay. Big Elf, Mommy, and Sig. Oh, yeah, okay, that's what I was thinking, Paint Liquor. I thought that might be the model. I always forget the name of it. But I know it's ginormous. This is a neat model. A lot of work, though. Wish you the best of luck. some extra flash here on the back. Kind of going through here and getting all the big bits and bobs with the base, cleaning up the rim. There's a lot of extra material here from the basing texture. Whoever had it before was a little sloppy with getting that on there. So we're gonna go back and clean it up. Try and remove as much of this as we can. We'll probably do a layer of texture paint over this, or basing texture over it rather, just because we need to pull back, give it a little bit more dimension to the base. It's a little flat right now. But I'll probably do that after I prime it and paint it, just because I want to actually paint it on stream today. I don't want to be waiting for all the basing texture to dry. That's good. Getting it nice and smooth now. What's up, Death Room Pulsar? How you doing? How is it going? You should snow base the Dorito for December. You know what's really funny, T. Schmidt, is I'm actually planning on having my my Sons of Horus have snow bases. Like, I already have this guy prepped and planned for doing the same kind of snow bases that I did on my trolls. These ones. The whole army is going to get this kind of snow basing scheme. This was the first trial run, which ended up looking really good. I might add a little bit more things, like some rocks or something on there to give it a little bit more, you know, variation. This guy's covering up more of the base, so I didn't feel like it needed that much, but the Dorito definitely needs a little bit more love because it isn't covering as much of the base as the troll is. Deadbeat Artist, how's it going? All Day 40K, you said you were painting the eyes with fluoros last night. What eyes were you painting? Ooh, there's a little bit of flash in the middle of these. Get it up here. And clean all this schmutz out. Schmutz. This is definitely one of those areas on resin models that tends to get a little bit forgotten about. Is all the space in between the barrels for these guns. Waiting for coffee. How do you like your coffee, Deadbeat? What's your preferred method of coffee ingestion? Sugar, no sugar, cream? Why has everyone but chat forsaken you, Baby J? Why does everybody forsake me? What are you talking about? Oh, are you talking about everybody who's been super busy today? Hey, look, the whole reason I'm here is so that when more important things happen, or not more important things, but when really important work things happen, I can be here to hang out with you guys and to support all of you guys when other things must happen. But we got him.
I can't leave you alone with this guy.
Why not?
That's like bad parenting.
What?
I gotta.
But why?
I gotta take care of my kids. I gotta make sure that Chad is taken care of.
Oh.
Can't leave him alone with.
Oh. I'm sad.
Bad baby J.
I'm doing a bit of a rescue today.
What the hell do you have going on over there?
This is a bit of a rescue.
Was that dipped in poop?
It looks an awful lot like it. I'm not gonna lie. It looks an awful lot like it.
Hi, Chad.
Deadbeat, you like a nice latte or cappuccino, but a little milk would suffice. Yeah, I really like the good old cappuccinos. Sit in a coffee shop in the morning and have a nice cappuccino. Read a book. Just chillax.
Painted a bunch of eyes with the fluoros last night. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
All day 40K. Nice. I did the eyes. Where the hell's my model?
Which one?
The one that Gabe stole.
He's probably in that room.
Probably the photo booth.
Yep.
Guy.
He steals stuff and never returns it. At least when I steal stuff, you get it back eventually. Yeah, but you still get it back. You know what I did find, though?
Wow.
Dun, da, da, da.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where was that? In your desk?
It was underneath this pallet. So, yes.
Was it in your back pocket?
Basically.
Did the
Those
eyes for
really
the dreadnought. This is the dreadnought from the Noosh video, and I did the eyes with the fluoros, and it was super quick, super easy.
I have to admit that your work on that project, I was looking at this guy last night because I was like looking through my case, and I was like, this sounds fun. Because I was inspired by that guy.
I have inspired Baby J.
Yeah. I was like, I need a project.
Black coffee or death?
Ugh.
You need a project?
No, it's okay. Let me clarify that statement really quick. I needed a project. I was like, I'm painting too many things disparately right now. I need to like sit and paint.
I need to paint another one.
Well, I had just finished the project I was working on. The idea is to jump around.
This is baby. We need a name for Baby J logic. Bus logic.
Bus logic.
This is bus logic. This is logic from under the bus.
Logic from under the bus with Baby J.
That sounds like a
I need to have a podcast.
Deep Thoughts with Jack Handy podcast.
Yeah.
It's like thoughts from under the bus.
With
your host, Baby J.
I need to have a podcast.
Baby logic? No, that doesn't sound right. It's not baby logic.
Just logic with Baby J.
Logic with Baby J. Logic or the lack thereof with your host, Baby J.
Hey, sometimes there's some semblance of logic there.
I mean,
sometimes.
J logic. Jlogic.
Jlogic.
That fits us with Jabe and Jalebi.
Jalebi.
How's everybody doing?
I'm
You've
doing
made it to the end of the week.
I'm doing good.
How are we feeling about it? Do we feel like it's time to level up? Usually we level up on Fridays.
I mean, I'll take a level up. It sounds nice.
I feel fairly beaten down by this week, not gonna lie.
It was a kind of a crazy week. At least from my perspective of understanding. For me, it cooled off. But
Why is Baby J the paint gremlin?
Paint gremlin? How the heck does that make sense?
Deadbeat says, I have coffee. Coffee warm, weather cold. Hot chocolate's better.
That hot chocolate sounds so good right now.
It really does. I'd really like I'm still trying to figure this one out. Ideally, ideally like a nice latte or cappuccino, but a little milk will suffice. Are you talking about milk in your coffee?
Those
or just a glass of milk in place of a latte or cappuccino? I came in late, so I feel like that's a funny statement to make. Not bad waiting for coffee. I'd really like nice latte or cappuccino, but a little milk will suffice. Now I got it. So you're trying to put milk in your coffee because you can't have a latte or a cappuccino. Understood. I'm caught up.
That makes sense. Yes.
Life is back to some semblance of normal. I get it now. All right. We got our nice sooty black toenails. Blech. Blech. Blech.
Got a chance to take a nice little look at those today. Don't worry, I didn't touch them.
Touching my models.
I looked from afar. I purposely
touching my models while I'm not in the room.
Holy crap, Mo! 87 months. Whoa,
that's longer than I've been alive. That's how you know he's lying.
Welcome back, Mo. How you doing?
Mo. '87 is a long time, Mo. You've put up with us for a long time.
Yeah.
You find hot chocolate is often too sweet unless it's a dark chocolate type. But that's the only way you can do it. If it's not
Starbucks.
Dark chocolate, then it isn't dark. It isn't hot chocolate. It's hot sugar.
Yeah.
And I'm with you. You can't really do anything with the milk chocolate. Milk chocolate is just gross. Period. End of story.
I don't know if I would go that far.
Oh, I would.
But I do agree with you when it comes to the hot chocolate portion of it, for sure.
Oh, I would. All right.
Cleaning up all this excess glue. This is kind of my least favorite thing about all the like eBay rescue type stuff is when they use like a whole glob of glue.
Yes.
And you're like, ugh.
Exactly.
Ugh. We'll get there eventually, but oh man.
Holy old bottle on my desk.
Oh my gosh. What the heck is that doing there? The bright ivory?
Over here.
Hey, somebody likes us.
I'm gonna sand down the edge of the base to get it smooth ish.
Thank you for that follow.
Thank you for the follow. Who do we got? Dan Zolato. Hold on. Dan Zolito. There we go.
Poor Dan's like, I didn't think my name was that hard.
Dan Zolito, Dan Zolato. Hey, you know, sometimes I read stuff and I say it backwards, and that was one of those times. Zolito Zolato. But I only read part of it backwards. I like read half of the word, and then I'll flip the back like 2/4 of the word. It's great. And by great, I mean not actually.
I said by great, I mean horrible.
Yeah.
But you know.
Yeah.
I just before I got on, I was at my desk having a moment.
You were having a moment?
I was having one of those moments. I know that we all have them, so whether you want to discuss it or not is fine. But I was having one of those moments where I was wondering how it is that some people have gotten this far in life the way they are.
Ah, yes. Mm-hmm.
We just had, there's a whole argument going on in our neighborhood Facebook group that Jen forwarded to me.
Oh, for your house?
But the house, yeah. We don't have a neighborhood association or anything. It's just a historic neighborhood. So there's a lot of very vocal people who like living in a historic neighborhood. And, you know, we've only been there for a few months. And but it's pretty crazy to watch. They just took our street, the main thoroughfare to the north of our neighborhood is called Osborne in Phoenix, and it's a mid-sized street. It was 2 lanes each direction, right? It's kind of like a large residential area street. The way Phoenix runs, Central Phoenix is a grid, right? And every mile, I think, there's a mile between major thoroughfares, and every half mile there's a mid-level thoroughfare that goes through. So you've got Thomas to Indian School, and in between Thomas and Indian School is Osborne, right?
Yep.
So Thomas is a big thoroughfare. It's 2 to 3 lanes each way, depending on where it's at by the hospital district or whatever. It goes through more commercialized areas. Indian School through more commercialized areas. The one in between is usually the residential areas in between the big thoroughfares. And so Osborne is ours.
Yep. And
unbeknownst to us, back in March of this year, prior to us buying and living in this house, there was a vote done at the city council level about whether or not to take Osborne down to 2 lanes.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
No.
Yeah. Just what they did out in front of our building here. Because before you got here, this was 4 lanes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and they took it down to 2 and added these huge bike lanes to either side because somehow that's going to help the world by having the bike lanes.
Wait, okay. Wait, are you on Osborne?
Yeah.
They're doing that to Osborne?
Osborne, yeah, between 19th and 7th. That way.
Okay.
It's all residential and schools and stuff, but it's
that part, I guess.
So Thomas and Indian School are jacked. They have so much traffic at high peak times. Yeah. You can't travel down those. So Osborne's kind of the saving grace. Like if you're going down Thomas and it got heavy, you'd switch over to Osborne. And now we ride Osborne because it goes to our neighborhood. And now they've taken it down to 2 lanes and 2 big bike lanes. Oh. And in the conversations going on in our neighborhood chat, everybody's like, you know, very pro bicyclist. And I have no problems with bicyclists. But the last thing I'm worried about with streets in Central Phoenix is whether or not they can take bicyclists that don't exist. Because on 3rd Street here 2 years ago, they did this right as we moved into the building. This has happened to us twice now. We bought a building, right, and then we bought the house.
Oh, that did happen.
And within the year prior to us buying both of these places, they had made a decision to reduce the street. Now, it made me really mad here at the office because when they did it at the office, they also at the same time made all of the driveways and sidewalks handicap compliant, right?
Yeah.
Down the entirety of 3rd Street at the city's expense, right?
Yep.
But they tore up our driveway as soon as we were moving in. They were tearing up our driveway, and we lost 3 parking places. And one of the big things about buying this building was because of the amount of parking that it had, and we had no say in the matter. The city came through and took away 3 parking places from us and said we had no ability to change it. It's like, so we're watching people complain about or argue with each other about, and so how did this help the world? By taking away lanes in Central Phoenix, where what we need is more lanes of traffic.
That is
There's literally no place in Central Phoenix where we're at where you can afford to take away lanes of traffic.
Yeah, no. That's why I was so surprised when you said Osborne, because I was like, that road is like actually pretty busy on a regular basis.
Oh yeah, by far. No, I get it. They needed to have done something probably around the school to maybe keep traffic to a minimum around the school, maybe. But I think that would have been solved. That whole problem would have been solved by adding a center lane, because there's the school drop off stops traffic, and so a lot of people get pissed off around that area. And so, because in the high peak traffic times right on Osborne, traffic is just at a dead stop while parents can't turn across traffic to get into the school, and so fixing that was a necessity, but fixing it by reducing lanes of traffic and adding bike lanes, I don't think that was the right way to do it. So I did very good, chat. I did very good. I did not comment on this post. I should have commented and told him how much I hate the latest Horus Heresy book.
Oh, no.
Because there was somebody on there that says, the world's got a lot bigger problems. And I should have said, yeah, like how bad the latest Horus Heresy book was.
Oh, my God. I would have loved that out of context in that
I thought about doing
so
it just
funny.
because I wasn't going to talk about anything on target with them, because you can't argue with these people. But
God, you know what would have been so funny is if somebody had actually replied saying, oh, my God, I know exactly what you're talking about.
That would have been great if we just overtook the whole conversation with how bad the whole end in the death is.
Yeah. Like, oh, let's sidebar for this really important conversation about a book we're not liking.
And the rest of the people are like, you nerds take this elsewhere.
Yeah, and we're like, no.
I don't think I will. I don't think I will.
I'm perfectly happy where this conversation is going right now.
The dilemma with me in the internet age is I'm not a troll. So I just don't say anything, right? I practice what I preach. I'm like, if you don't like what you're seeing, just walk on by. No reason to stay here. So I don't troll. Nobody needs that in their life.
I would agree with that.
But you know what else we don't need is bike lanes.
Bike lanes on Osborne.
I don't even mind the bike lane thing, because like I said, I don't have anything against bikes and bike lanes, but the same thing they did on 3rd Street is they 3rd Street's longer because it went all the way, I think it's all the way on 3rd Street from like McDowell or from the 10. It's everything this side of the freeway got a bike lane.
Mm-hmm.
But on Osborne, it's only for like 6 blocks.
So weird.
So why would you do that? Because then it widens right back out to being the same size it was. So all these bikers are going to ride for 6 blocks and then not have anywhere to go because none of the other streets around have bike lanes. Anyway, that's my bitching for the day, chat. I get to have my bitch session for the day.
Seems reasonable to me. Nothing you've said here has been unreasonable.
Hoosiers, the Audible sale might bankrupt you. There's a lot. They sent me an email saying your entire wish list is on sale. I'm like,
I looked last night and I was looking at books and I was like, why are these books like 85% off?
Yeah, all of them.
Like all of them. Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, well, that's going to hurt.
Yeah. I spent like half of my credits on books that I would not have lost money on, because spending a credit on a $3 book is a terrible waste of your money.
If the book is not $18, don't spend your credit on it.
Correct.
Plain and simple. Your credit costs you $16.99.
Yep.
Do not spend your credit on anything that costs less than that.
If it's something that I want to read, I'll do it on like a $16 book, but I won't do it on
That's how they get you, though, is they make
$4.
that math very simple. They're like, here, but this book you've been wanting is $5, and so they get $5
Yeah, it's
from
like,
you,
I will put $5 of my own money into this.
which is generally not a problem.
Yeah. But it is annoying, which is funny to say, because you're getting a great deal on a book. But, you know, I should actually... I bet a bunch of the Horus Heresy books are on sale right now.
If you're looking to get into them, it sounds like it.
Yeah. So I might have to... You said the first 5 I should read?
First 5 to 7
Okay.
are definite go-tos.
Okay, cool.
They're not all rip-roaring books, but they all tell the story, and they're pretty essential components to getting through and then being able to skip around how you want, because you'll have a really good foundation for where the story is.
Yeah.
And then you can kind of pick and choose your books based on what you like.
Yeah.
And that works pretty well.
Like, ooh, I want to read the Death Guard stuff.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
can read all the Death Guard stuff.
All of them are on sale, yep. You bought Titan Death for $3. That's a good one. Titan Death is a good book. I like pretty much all of the Titan ones.
I have one of the Titan ones.
They're kind of all over the place, right? The Mechanicum book is one of the early Heresy ones. That one's definitely worth reading. It's an Abnett one, I believe.
I believe that's the one that I have.
And that's any of the Battle for Mars stuff is generally pretty good. The whole invention of like scrap code and chaos getting into the machine and all of that is an interesting story that I think they could have done more with. Maybe they will in the future. But yeah, boy, the whole series, talk about tripping and falling flat on your face as it gets to the end.
In End of the Death?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Ugh.
Oh yeah.
I'll have to have you give me the lowdown on it once we're... Because I don't care about the spoilers. You can tell me whatever you want, but... Because I know something...
Well, I mean, we're at the point where there aren't any spoilers other than detailing.
Yeah.
Because everybody knows Sanguinius dies.
Right.
Right? And that's where we're at. So the End of the Death, Volume 2, will get you to the death of Sanguinius.
Oh, okay.
Right? There you go. I mean, you knew it was coming, so that's not a spoiler. I won't talk about how it happens, right, in specifics, but I will tell you that it is the most annoying lack of soul in a book how they did that whole fight, which is a shame because the build up to it is fantastic. And then you get there and it's like, did somebody just take a vacation? Like, am I missing something?
Man, I feel like you've been getting the short end of the stick when it comes to books lately.
I have been.
You've had quite a few now. I think 2. The last 2 you've read have started out really good, and then turned out to be big old duds.
Yeah, and then well, the what was it called? Eversion.
Yeah, that was the one I was thinking of.
Right.
That you were talking about.
Yeah, the Eversion one, I wouldn't call it a big old dud. It was still a very good story. It's just that it suffered from that the twist in the plot came too early and left you thinking that maybe there was another twist
Yeah.
because there was still so much book left, and there wasn't. It's like when you got to the twist, it was like, okay, well, you're just going to ride this out with that having been the important part. and that frustrates me, but it didn't turn it into a bad book. The story is still worth reading. Okay. It's just I wish that they would have either found a way. We've all encountered that. The twist happens, and then it's just like, okay, well, that could have been the end. Like, you should have found a way to introduce the twist and then have the book end very quickly after it. Because it didn't pick back up and do anything interesting after the twist. The twist was the whole thing. And so, once the twist in the plot was said, there was really no point in doing the rest of your storytelling. And, I mean, the End of the Death, I told you guys the other day that I thought, wow, this is getting good. I think they're going to do something and stand the whole narrative on its head because of the way they were building up to the whole Sanguinius and Horus thing. And then they didn't.
Yeah,
they didn't.
That really sucks.
Like, they didn't do, I mean, it was bad. It was just
really
plain
sucks.
bad.
Yeah.
Flight of the Eisenstein, not Eisenhorn, but yes. Very good book. I would never steer anybody away from the Horus Heresy series. It's one of my favorite series of all time. It's why I'm so passionate about how they're destroying it here at the end with very bad... it's either bad editorial maneuvering or the authors have just gotten tired of the story and wish it would die. I hope it's the former. I hope that it's not that the authors are just sick of it and wish it was over. But it has that feel to it. You know? It has that feel that you get from an author that, you know, I mentioned Game of Thrones the other day. You know, that when it gets to a point where it's made its money for you, and now it's just a hassle.
Yeah.
That people keep bugging you to tell the end. You know? It's very George R.R. Martin in that regard.
Yeah, everyone's like...
It's like, I already made my millions. I don't need to tell you how it ends. Figure it out on your own. It literally, we call writing it in, right? It feels like they're writing in the end of the heresy, and that's a shame because they're 50 million books in. It should be a big deal. Like, this should be a lot of fanfare coming to the end of this story that's been told in sidebars and codexes for decades.
Yeah, literally for decades.
Decades.
Yeah.
We have been experiencing this story in little bits and pieces. And then they started the books, and we got ramped up, but you know, we had to call back to the only thing we've really read about how there's the art book that has a lot of Adrian Smith art in it, that has the Emperor and Horus and all that. I have this big hardbound art book about the Horus Heresy that came out back in 2007.
I'd love to look at that.
It's a coffee table book. It's awesome. I'll bring it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It may not be hardback. They only may have released it limited in hardback. I might have a softback, but anyway, it's awesome.
It sounds cool, yeah.
But in there is a couple of little story outtakes that have been the only way you've been able to fall back and get any feedback on things that may have happened.
Okay.
Who was there, you know, when Horus slew the Emperor and vice versa.
Right.
You know, and you get the story and the perspective in the 40K universe and all of that has always had different opinions, and that's been really cool. But now they've decided to tie it all up and tell you the story.
Yeah.
To make it not open for public opinion anymore. Here's how it happened.
This is the official start and stop. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're dropping the ball.
Which just
they're dropping the ball.
It sucks.
Eisenhorn is very good. Very, very good. Wad, can someone explain to me how ghostwriters are legal? Like, it feels like putting Tom Cruise on a poster for a movie he's not actually in? Oh, you mean like a Stephen King book that's not written by Stephen King? It was ghost written by a friend that wrote it because it was in a series of stories? I feel like, it feels like plagiarism or robbery to some extent if the writer who is ghostwriting doesn't have the same tone, like writes a book that you can tell isn't by your favorite artist. Then definitely. I don't know that I've ever experienced that, though. Maybe they're on deck to write some new Star Wars books. Oh, God.
No.
Oh, God. Omicron, exactly. That's what we've been saying, is that it's definitely a commercial aspect that is making these books not be good. Or at least that's my hope. I hope that Dan Abnett has not just lost his love of the Horus Heresy, because then don't let him write the last 3 books. But it's already done, right? It's already done. We were talking about it here, and I was talking to somebody offline about how I felt like it was probably a book that was written and wound up not being long enough for GW to say that fit their timeline and income needs.
Yep.
And so they took it and re-edited it and added a bunch of filler. I was saying at lunch today to Kyle that it felt like you had been asked to cater a meal for 50 people.
Yeah.
And you had this big plan for this amazing dish that had all this stuff, and then they came back and said, hey, we've added 50 more people, but we can't give you any money to make it any bigger. And so you had to take all the same ingredients and make that work for 100 people. So now everything's a little bit more bland, a little bit more diluted.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
Well,
and it feels like the book was probably really solid, because if I were able to edit the first 2 books together and cut the chaff out, you'd have a good book. It's told very well. Some of the writing is very good and all that. There is some places where it falls flat on its face and you're like, did we just forget that?
So here's a legitimate question for you. Do you feel that they could have at some point, because I know that the End in the Death has characters that we've not seen before, right? Or not. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. Characters that had not been a part of those snippets of information that we've been getting over the past decade. There are characters that...
There's very few, if any, characters in the End in the Death that have not been in all the lead-up story to now.
Okay.
What the End in the Death is doing is tying up all of the stories at once. basically.
Right. I'm talking about characters that, like, for instance, if I had read my codexes and I'd read the rule books, it gives you a very, very
You might
basic-
not know about, like, John Grammaticus. You
Yeah.
might not know about some of these individuals who play very large roles in it because they didn't fit the need of the codexes.
Right.
But they have been in these stories and realize these stories have been going on for over 20 years.
Yeah.
So I don't know that, prior to them embarking on the literature, the novels of the Horus Heresy, there were a lot of these characters that didn't exist. They've been made to fit in with this narrative, if that's what you mean.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was more or less.
But there's nobody new in
Okay.
the End of the Death. That would be the whole series.
Because I'm trying to figure out if there could have been other routes that they could have gone with the writing and style of the book. Like, even to the extent of, like, give them, like, write the book from Horus's perspective or the trader's perspective, and then write the next one from the
It is. That's exactly how the entire series is done. That's what makes it so genuinely impressive. That's one of the reasons why this book that I just read is in my mind one of the worst yet, because it does such a good. To your point, it bounces back and forth from first person's perspective of Horus and Sanguinius for quite a bit of the book. Not always when they're together, but from Horus having his visions. And it does. One of the things that this book does very, very well is lay out why Horus was not present, why he was not a part of what was going on, why Abaddon is so mad at him, and all of that. It sets that up and shows you why it was so important for that to happen. It's done in a way that if you're not paying attention, you'll miss it.
Really?
So it's unfortunate,
okay.
but it's a very poignant case that they make for why things with Horus have gone the way that they have, and it involves the Chaos Powers and all of this thing that they needed to do, and that makes a really neat narrative around Horus that made me rethink everything I had thought about Horus in the Siege of Terra so far.
Wow.
Because he's been almost useless in the entire series.
Because it felt very, like, apart.
Well, he was
from
detached.
Yeah. Okay.
And he was a lunatic. He had no faculties, couldn't remember who he was, couldn't remember any of the people around him. Like, he thought that his new standard bearer guy, his adept that follows him around was Malagos, but Malagos was dead.
Yeah.
But he kept naming people by the wrong names. He didn't know the people in his legion. He didn't know, he wasn't issuing any orders. He was sitting in a fugue state in his bedroom. He just was out of it.
Weird.
And so they never made sense of it. So I do fault them because they let it run too many books without an explanation.
Okay.
But now here in the next to the last book, they brought us an explanation that tied it up very well. But it to some extent, it felt like,
too little, too late.
we probably should have done something about that, so they wrote it in now. But it was very good. Right?
Okay.
So it was very good. So it made Horus, at that point in time, started becoming the character that is the world breaker, that is this, amazingly bad guy.
Okay.
And so he became that. And so I started being like, Horus has got some meat on his bones now. This is getting good. Because it's leading up to him and Sanguinius and the Emperor and all that. So I was like, well, he can't be this blithering idiot at the end, can he? What's going on?
Yeah.
And so they've made that transition, and that was really good. And so I got very excited. And they've been telling the entire Siege of Terra largely from Sanguinius's perspective. Sometimes from Dorne.
Which you said was really good, too, right?
Sometimes from Dorne, sometimes from Jagatai Khan, sometimes from Mortarion. We get these perspectives of the Primarchs a lot interjected in and amongst the Siege of Terra, as well as other military personnel, people that aren't Primarchs or Space Marines. But we get that they go down to ground level, and they tell it first person from this individual's perspective, whether it's the Sigillite, right, or whatever. We even get conversations that happen early on from the Emperor's perspective.
Oh, really?
Which is very strange.
That is strange.
The way they tell it is odd. They never really create the Emperor as a good character in these books. He doesn't have a life of his own. He is always told from the perspective of those people looking at him, which is interesting in and of itself.
It's very odd, yeah.
Well, because all along they've always said that the Emperor is whatever you need him to be when you're looking at him.
Yeah.
Right? And so there is that dynamic. So, but here it falls flat at this end of the book. So, I think there's a lot of that. But it shifts perspective. It does lots of storytelling. It interweaves things. For a lot of people, it becomes very cumbersome because it's too disjointed for some people, I think. It takes a long time to get back to a story you're interested in. You might be very interested in, like, Garviel Loken and what he's doing as he's combating, like, Abaddon and all the people down on Terra. And it'll cut away, and then it won't come back till very end in the book. So you go through a bunch of things maybe you don't care about to get back to what you care about.
That sucks.
So that kind of sucks sometimes.
Yeah.
Me, I'm just an overall story guy, so I've liked the way it jumps around very much. But in this book, it was doing good until it wasn't. And when it stopped doing very well, like I said, the entire Siege of Terra has had Sanguinius at its focal point of a narrative. He has been the one that's been the literal muscle of the Imperium through the entire siege. He's the one that has repelled more of the invaders than any other single individual in the books.
Oh, wow.
I mean, he takes down a warlord titan on his own. He single-handedly is insane. Like, literally, you read about Sanguinius. The build-up, and he and his Sanguinary Guard component that fly around and kill everybody. He kills Angron. He kills everybody, right? And so it goes through this Sanguinius as a central figure. And every time he's in the book, it's not people talking about Sanguinius. That happens, too. It's Sanguinius inside his head and what he's thinking and his emotions and how it's going. So it builds you up to that whole
it makes
red
you
thirst,
invested in the character.
the red thirst, and the what's going to happen to the Blood Angels, and it puts you in the seat. Which, like I said yesterday, is why I started building Blood Angels, because it brought a emotionally human component to these things that made it feel like, oh, this is interesting. Because this book, they kill him, and he has no part in it. No part. Through the entire series, you have been told from Sanguinius' point of view that he knows he's going to die, but he still has work to do, and today's not that day, and he freaking does it. He goes after it, and he just murders the world and makes it to where the Imperium has a chance. Mm-hmm. And then when it comes time for Sanguinius to bite the bullet, we never hear it from his perspective.
That sucks.
I don't think we've heard... Mo, have we heard much of anything from Sanguinius' perspective in this last book, other than him talking to Ferrus Manus? Yeah, Sanguinius is a badass all the way up until this book. And in this book, he's basically a cardboard dribbling idiot. It's like he and Horus switch positions, but they don't even take any time to make Sanguinius' story interesting.
Now, is it possible that the next book could cover some of that perspective?
He's dead.
Well, I know, but either in flashbacks, or anything like that. That's fine.
No, because you're not going to have a first-person perspective in a flashback from a dead guy who isn't around as like a projected soul or anything.
I mean, could it be like Dante having a vision of the end of Sanguinius?
Dante's not around. He's not that old.
Oh, is he not around at that point? I thought his whole thing.
Dante is thousands of years old, but he is not around at the Heresy.
Oh, okay.
No,
that's a bummer then.
At the Heresy, we have, and I'm gonna forget. You got Zephon, and you have some other big captains, but like we don't even really learn anything about the Sanguinary Guard. There's a few names dropped and stuff, but they don't hold any importance to me right now.
So basically, there's nobody relevant who could be that sort of mouthpiece.
No, I mean, I'm sure we'll hear. Yeah, like Omicron is saying, I feel like in the Phoenix House of the Past, I feel like we'll probably hear in the next book, because remember, guys, we still have book 3, which will be 18 to 20 hours long of listening, and I have no idea what they'd even put in it for 18 to 20 hours, except for frustration. Because I mean, here's my cynical point of view now after reading the first 2 books. Mm-hmm. We will have 15 of the next 18 hours of book be the Emperor and Horus talking.
That is very likely to happen, unfortunately.
Yeah. The way it's going is they will both say the same thing over and over and over for 20 chapters. Because that's the way this book has been. They've said the same thing over and over and over. It literally is just a really bad editor, like copy-pasting and changing words for 20 chapters. it's
my only hope...
I wasn't kidding when I said that the end of Game of Thrones is better than where this is right now.
Yeah, that is.
I wasn't kidding.
Telling.
I would go back and watch season 8 of Game of Thrones all the way through to its end multiple times before I read these books again. There you go.
The only thing I can hope is that, for whatever reason, the way that they decided to write this book series, that the third book makes up for this, or explains it, or does something. That's the only thing I can hope for. Because that's the only thing that could possibly even save it.
Yeah, it's horrible. Their new the guy with the baby and the white scar, plus the wolf and Imperial Fist guy. Yeah, I mean, come on, who cares? Those are neat narratives, right? They are neat narratives. But who cares? Hoosiers, yeah, no, you have to. You got to read them. I'm bummed out that this is what we get. And I'm not, I always try to find the good in the things that I read. If they're things I love, I always try to work towards finding the things I like. And I told Mo, and Mo sent me an email behind the scenes asking, he didn't understand what I said that I liked about this book. Because Mo is like super negative about this book, which, he has every right to be. But I do like the way that they emboldened Horace and how Horace got his gumption back, so to speak, during this book. I feel like it was done poorly in the scheme of how they presented it over the course of all the books, but in the book it still rose the hairs on the back of your neck. I got very, very intrigued when we get to the point where the Emperor is involved and there's some big heavy decision making with some of the characters, and then that fell flat on its face. Again, I said it. I think I said it the best the other day, where I said that all of the characters in this book are made of cardboard. They're all basically interchangeable. None of them matter, even though they should, and they built them up to where they should. They all become very inferior. It doesn't feel like there's a lead character or characters. They're all just bit actors. That makes sense? They're all extras in a story that's being written, but the story without the leads doesn't carry itself. The Horus Heresy, while being a great tale, doesn't carry itself. We still need the characters to carry it for us, and they forgot that in these books. The End in the Death books and the one before it that was Aaron Dembski-Bowden's book, they've all become cardboard, and it literally feels like they're writing it in. Like, here, submit us your work. We're going to then take the books you've written and turn it into a schedule of releases that fits Games Workshop's need for money. And that would be my hope. My hope would be that Dan Abnett is pissed about these books, but I will probably be disheartened to learn that, no, he loves them.
Well, I remember you telling me that he had a comment saying that he was so excited to be able to affect change into the story as a result of writing these books.
That was not the Heresy. That is the Beckwin series in 40K.
Oh, okay. So I misunderstood then.
Yeah. Which I have been... and I lose a little bit of my momentum for how much I like that idea, because yes, he and
those books.
My words, not his. He was very. He said that this is the first time that he's been able to have this large of an impact on both the narrative and the game at the same time, as he's doing with the Eisenhorn trilogy, the Inquisitor series, which is ending with the Beckwin books, and we still have one left. Right, so they're three trilogies and some stories interlaced in between, some short stories interlaced in between. From Eisenhorn, Ravener, and Beckwin, Beckwin. But Beckwin book is still needing the last one, and it's been years now that we've been waiting on the last one. And my belief is that they're waiting to tie up the Horus Heresy before releasing the Beckwin books, because you need the Horus Heresy and what happens to all of the characters in the Horus Heresy to come to fruition before the next Beckwin book makes sense, because it ties those characters in. Even though we're 10,000 years in the future, you now have characters from the Heresy who survived. We know they survived, but we have no storytelling on what happened to them.
Yeah.
And they're bringing them back now in 40K would be my hope. But I've lost faith in all the storytelling that's going on.
Yeah, because you have been so...
They've just been bad.
Let down.
They've just been bad. They've just been bad.
Well, that makes more sense to me, because I was like... The other day I was I remember you telling me that Dan Abnett was really excited about the that, which just seems so odd considering the things that you're telling me, where it sounds like he's phoning it in, sort of deal.
Yeah, it really is. It feels like he's phoning it in. That's a shame.
Yeah.
Because, I don't know. I'm old and cranky, but I've read Dan Abnett since the beginning of Dan Abnett in the Warhammer universe. And those books have always been the best books for me to read. So I have this imagined relationship with this author that every time he comes out with something, I support it. Right. And they have been good. There haven't really been a whole lot of duds that I can draw back to in Dan Abnett's thing. If I went back and read them all back to back, I would say these are the high points, these are the lows, but they were all good books.
Normal. Yeah.
They were all good books.
Yeah.
These last two books are
bad.
Really bad books, right? And so, my hope would be that, like I said, he wrote a storyline that other people edited together, to the ghostwriter thing that Dan Abnett, maybe because his schedule is so booked with like comic book and other stuff that he does, that maybe he's not writing full books, maybe he's writing scripts, and then people are fleshing out the story. Like I said, George R.R. Martin with the TV series, he was giving them the ideas that he had, and they were writing it. Yep. He was no longer writing the books.
Yeah. After season
3 or 4,
5,
I don't remember.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Right. But I feel like maybe that's what's happening here, is that we have an author who has become very big because he's a fantastic author. He is guiding the story, and his name is being put on it, but other people are editing it together off of his notes almost. You know, it's like the Tolkien stuff that his son puts together is never going to be what the Lord of the Rings was or what the Hobbit was, because you don't have the author's soul in the writing of it. You just have notes that someone else is trying to put soul to. And this happens with a lot of things. A lot of people would argue that Frank Herbert's son,
yes,
and Kevin J. Anderson have not done a service to the Dune series, but they have created their own soul with it. So the difference there is that while it's different than the Dune original stuff that Herbert did, it is done in a loving way that brings life to the universe that I can also appreciate.
Yeah, because it's funny because I've had a lot of conversations about the Dune series, even though I haven't necessarily read it, with some of my other friends who read a lot of novels,
mm-hmm.
and they are, it kind of like you just said, very adamantly against.
Some people don't like it because it's not the
work,
exact voice that Herbert was.
Right.
I look at those books and I'm like, yes, and once you get past that, the stories are phenomenal.
Yeah.
For the most part. They have some duds too, but they're nothing that I would talk about like I'm talking about The End and the Death. And I'm way more invested in Dune than I am in 40K, because Dune has been part of my life since a child.
Yeah.
And so for me, like Tolkien, if you were to come out with Tolkien books, okay, so here's a good way to look at it. We're going to come up with lots of these, it seems. The whole thing with Amazon's
yes,
Rings of Power.
Yep.
Right?
Same sort of deal.
Same sort of deal.
Yep.
The Rings of Power doesn't have the soul of Middle Earth anywhere in it. And that makes it a problem for a bunch of people that know what the soul of Middle Earth feels like. And that's exactly what The End of the Death is feeling like. Except we don't even have a time gap. We've only got a year since the last book. And, or maybe 2. I'm old and I lose track of time.
It sounded like there's been a decent amount of time. Or maybe I'm getting that mixed up with the 40K ones.
Yeah, the 40K Beckwin ones are taking a long time. Like I said, my hope is that that's because they're trying to tie this all together, and that's the big thing that'll happen. But we thought they were going to do that for like 10th edition, and that didn't happen.
That's true. We did talk about that.
10th edition came and kind of, I don't know what you'd call it. It didn't come to a lot of fanfare. It's just an edition. I would have thought that edition X would have been the perfect time to have blown the heresy through, gotten it finished. But, and maybe that was the way it was supposed to be, but then, board members and investors said they need to milk the money out of the heresy for longer.
Let's see here. Somebody asked earlier if I was repainting an old miniature. Yes and no. This is not a new Dreadnought per se, but this is like a rescue. I picked this up at like a swap meet before I moved to Arizona, and I got it at a great deal and was like, hey, one day I will want to clean this up and repaint it. And Jason's work on the other Contemptor inspired me to want to kind of maybe look at my recipe for my Sons of Horus and maybe do some adjusting. So, small adjusting. I'm not going to repaint anything, but going forward.
I was going to say, don't put that weight on me, Baby J.
No, I'm not. No. All of the things that I've painted so far, I'm very happy with. I'm not unhappy with anything that I've painted. But I think that I could definitely do better.
I've heard a lot of people say that, Mo, that Wheel of Time for season 2 is a lot better.
It is. Yeah, it really is, actually.
Like I said, that's a world I'm not invested in. I had never read the Wheel of Time. I didn't know anything about it, so I started watching the series, and my only qualm with that whole series is that it was too clean. Visually. People were walking around in clean clothes. And I'm not a fan of clean fantasy. They don't have washing machines last time I checked. So I like the feel of grungy, gritty fantasy. Mud-caked. Not everybody gets a bath every day. But I didn't know the story, and it seemed fine to me. But I had a lot of friends that were like, no, dude, you don't get it. And I appreciate that.
As somebody who has read a good chunk of that series, I haven't read the whole thing, but I've read about half of it. Like, yes, they change things, and there are some things that are a little odd and kind of, what's the right term for this? They went too far with it. It feels not. It doesn't feel right. But I think that they've done a good enough job of representing the story and the characters. And I think that the visuals are really good.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem.
So,
it was not a thing that I watched that as soon as season 2 came out, I was excited about it again, though. I will be that honest.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's a bad comment for me, though, because I don't get excited about much in TV world.
That is true.
So, for me to say that, it didn't make me want to watch it again is kind of...
That's not something...
Take that at face value, because that's not something I do. I don't watch a lot of TV, so... I probably surprise Jen anytime she comes home and I'm watching a show. The other night she came home, I was watching Valerian, and just for a fun, raucous, I love The Fifth Element. I love Valerian. I love the way those movies go. But
I genuinely like most sci-fi. Obviously, I prefer better sci-fi, but I'll take bad sci-fi too.
Deadbeat says, I prefer Christopher Tolkien's books more than his father's just because he doesn't talk about the color of grass for half a chapter. Neither does Tolkien, unless you're reading the Silmarillion. I don't know where you get off. That's not a thing. People blame that, and I don't think you've read the books in a long time. Tolkien doesn't do that. You talk like he's Anne Rice.
I'm going to be honest, that might be the next series that I read. I have never read Lord of the Rings from start to finish before.
It's good. And you were talking about Andy Serkis. He does...
that was Gabe.
Oh, Gabe was.
Yeah, Gabe was the one who wants to listen to the narration.
I will never confuse you with Gabe again, Jordan.
Hey, don't you dare. I am not like that other one. I have a J that starts my name, okay? You don't have to create some sort of fake name. I have the real J. Although, technically now everybody calls me Baby J, so technically now I don't know.
Tolkien doesn't take a long time to describe things. Tolkien takes the characters in places that some people don't think they need to, and the story drags. It doesn't drag because he's talking about blades of grass. It drags because he puts you in places that don't feel like they're moving the narrative forward, like Tom Bombadil, that whole thing, right? So I'm with you on that. There are some areas that drag a little bit in Tolkien, but not because he's describing the engraving on a doorknob like Anne Rice.
Let me sit here and explain this engraving for 25 minutes.
You have a copy of Valerian on Blu-ray that you can see from your desk, and it's still in the stream. Have you never watched it? It's not a great movie. I'm not going to tell you, go watch it now. Yeah. It's fun. If you like Luc Besson, it's fun. It's not... T. Schmidt, take it easy, man.
See you, T. Schmidt.
Have a great weekend. It's not a great movie. It's not a Fifth Element. The Fifth Element's great. Valerian is the Fifth Element minus some amount. If we're 0 to Fifth Element, it's a 5, maybe a 6. But it's still fun. It's done way more visually, and the only comedy that really happens is very sparse, whereas the Fifth Element had cooler character dynamics and comedy between all of the characters.
Uh-huh.
Whether it was, what's that guy's name? Not Chris Rock. What's his name? Chris,
Tucker?
Tucker.
Yeah.
Chris Tucker and all that. It was fun. Stephen King does over-describing. So I guess that King is a weird one, right? Because I know King better from his early books because that's where I really paid attention. So, The Stand, The Shining, Cujo, Christine, that was peak Stephen King. I never read. I didn't like the movies, so I never bothered with the book. But people say that that's not the way to do that. I would probably be better served to do that. But like, how do you beat Salem's Lot? Salem's Lot didn't describe a lot of stuff. It wasn't overly wordy. I think that we might be seeing what it becomes the natural progression of authors over time, is that they run out of things to say. So they have to describe the things they come up with more in depth to fill out words in a book, right? Fairy Tale, I have not read, but I heard it was good, actually. But like, I'll go back and I'll read, I'll go read The Shining every now and then. I'll go read Salem's Lot every now and then. I've got it on audio, all of them on audiobook, and so I'll go listen to Salem's Lot. And every time I get, especially Salem's Lot, I'll pick that one out as a pristine one. Every time I listen to Salem's Lot, I want to go watch Salem's Lot. I want to see visuals of Salem's Lot.
That's a good sign.
And unfortunately,
oh no.
Well, there's no good Salem's Lot to go watch.
Oh, okay, that's right.
The closest thing is there's been a new TV series that is as close as you can imagine. It's like I don't remember. A priest goes to the Holy Land and finds a vampire in a cave, and the vampire comes back with him to the U.S., and they're in a small town. Anybody know what this is?
This is a new show?
PK, It is your favorite book? I should read it, then. A lot of people have told me that and say that if you like King and that hometown scary environment like Salem's Lot was, It is the thing. It's just I unfortunately had to do It through the TV series and stuff. So, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. The old movie for Salem's Lot doesn't do it. Midnight Mass, that's it. Midnight Mass.
I have heard good things about
Midnight Mass. It's crazy.
Is it?
It's crazy. I never finished it, but it was crazy. Like, crazy.
Worth watching crazy?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I didn't finish it, though, so take that for as you will.
Well,
it drew me in, and then after like 4 episodes, I was kind of like, not drawn in anymore.
I won't let that dissuade me just because I know how you consume television.
Yeah.
So
it's excellent, and if you're raised Catholic, it is triggering. Yeah. Yeah. Your wife got you hooked on the Dark Tower. The Dark Tower series is amazing. Hairdo. Yeah, the Dark Tower series is amazing. It is where I saw King, like what people are describing in chat, where he started to kind of drone on a bit, right? I feel like that's the case. Right. I'm going to let you go full, and I'm going to sit in the chair.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm not really painting these guys.
Oh, you hit the wrong one.
I'm not. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling very inspired
at
this minute, so I'm going to I'm very nerd talk inspired, though, so we're going to do this.
No, that sounds great. I'm having a blast with this, so talk away.
You may have to turn the chair on.
Yes, I will have to turn the chair on. Give me 2 seconds to go do that.
No biggie. Oh, do I need to go do it at the thing?
I should have it here.
I thought he wired up your pad.
No.
What?
I only have the double chair.
Oh, okay.
That should be okay for right now.
I'll go do it. Okay. Oh, this is fine. This is fine. Chat can wonder if there's another person. No, I like what you do. Have you changed something so far?
I just did for the model.
Mm-hmm.
I just did the base coat and I did the highlights. This is the same as all the rest of the ones that I've done so far. What I am going to do though is I'm going to bring the brightness up more. I'm going to do some highlights that go a little bit brighter, so that when I take it down with Noosh, it still reads a little bit brighter on the table.
Okay.
That's kind of the next step that I'm planning for, is doing that.
Okay. Now we're back.
All right.
Now we're back.
We are back.
Roland can do no wrong till he does. Then it's okay.
You know, I tried to read the first book in the Dark Tower, and I don't know what it was about it. It's probably just me, to be honest.
Right.
But I had a hard time getting into it. Now, part of this is
Have you read a lot of King?
I've read none.
So one of the big issues with the Dark Tower series is going to be that I think you need to read all of the quintessential King library. You need to read Cujo, Christine, Salem's Lot, The Shining. You need to read these things because they are all points of reference for the Dark Tower. Like, it's almost like every one of King's books happens within the universe of the Dark Tower.
It does, as far as I'm aware.
And so reading more King helps a lot.
Okay.
It's not necessary. I've talked to people that have only ever read the Dark Tower and later books that came after the Dark Tower series, because obviously those may be in the universe, but they don't get related to like you see in the Dark Tower.
Oh, okay.
The Dark Tower will refer to places that you know from reading other books. So it's almost not that it matters because they don't further the story, but I think it gives you a reason to bounce around the way the book does. For me, at least, because the Dark Tower, the problem with it is that it happens in a weirdly disparate, pinging around the universe kind of way. Because it'll go back into history and talk about him as he's learning to be a gunman, right? Like he's wandering around with his friends. Yeah. It'll talk about all the experiences he had as a young one, and it's very Wild West, but there's weird crap going on, and it's this apocalyptic backdrop. But then it'll jump into the current situation, right?
Uh-huh.
And it's tough to follow.
Interesting.
And it does drag on. That's what I was saying, is that it is the first series or the first books from Stephen King that I think I can remember reading where I would skip chapters.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Like I would get halfway through a chapter and then skip to the next one. Because once you got through one or two of those where you knew that he was just on this expose of nonsense, not nonsense, but just stuff that was fluff.
Yeah.
And then you'd skip to the next chapter and you wouldn't feel that you missed anything.
Yep.
And I did it once and went back and listened because it happened to me on accident. The place I was on my phone on the book didn't sync with where I was on the computer here in the studio when I was painting.
Yep.
And so I had to try to go back and figure out where I was. And I just couldn't find it. So I knew that I had listened to chapter 12 and went to chapter 13 next just and decided, right? Because I started one chapter and I said, I've heard this. So I went to the next chapter. And I never felt like I missed anything. And so then I started doing it just for expediency, and I felt like some of the times you could do that in that book, which is a shame. Later on, you can't do it, but... You started The Dark Tower in high school, and The Gunslinger was your second book. The action comes quick, but then there are two books before it gets really exciting again. Yeah, the series itself is kind of up and down, for sure.
I mean, I couldn't even get more than a chapter or two into Gunslinger, which is the first book.
Huh. I mean, it's pretty good, but it is weird, right?
Yeah, and
it's pure character development. It's not done through action. It's done through tales of action, but not in the moment action necessarily. I don't think. I have to think it back because it's been a long time. But
the other part of this, which is I have been told is potentially why I didn't care for it, is I don't like Western.
Oh well, then yeah. Because while it is Western-ish, it's not necessarily Western, but it is Western-ish. Because it's a post-apocalyptic Western, which is what makes it so unique for me. And I do enjoy that because they run across technology and they run across weird animals and alien-ish kinds of crap. And, you know, the talk is very crazy. You know, it has a neat feel to me. But yeah, I can get, if you don't like Westerns, then it could get lost on you.
Yeah, I never really cared for it. The only, like, Western-related thing that I've been able to get through was Westworld.
Wazuzu says that those Forge World towel models are looking great, Baby J.
Hey, you know what? You know what? They work all right. I've been using them to proxy as, you know, sweet tanks in the Horus Heresy.
Oh, you dropped something.
Yeah, I'll have to grab it.
Hairdo, you're saying the Dark Tower was written to be included in sci-fi magazines? Yeah, he I think he did it for like compendium style stuff or anthology style writing initially, right? If that's what you're talking about. When I don't remember what book it is, but they start to have either forewords or sections from the author where King talks about having not wanted to finish that series, but his fans kept pushing him to know what happens and things like that. And so those books take forever to get completed, realize. He became I don't know that you could say he became a completely different writer, but I think that the Dark Tower completed after he got hit, didn't it? After he got run into on the road in Maine?
Wait, what?
He got run over.
Oh, what the heck?
Yeah.
Like on purpose?
and
or
nearly
just, like,
died.
accident.
I think it was an accident.
Oh, okay.
But he nearly died. That was that led to a bunch of things in his books. Right? He got hit by a minivan, yeah. Yeah, he writes that stuff into the books and stuff, yeah.
That's crazy.
But yeah, it says he took a 10-year break after book 4. Yeah, it was crazy, right? So you can imagine what an author does, because he wrote a bunch of other books in that time frame, and then comes back to a story that, as he says it from my remembrance, is that he had always had these clippings, and these characters would always come back to him in other books. And so he had never lost track of what he wanted to do, but he just didn't have a story. And then the story came back, and I think it came back with a vengeance. I think the story ended very well. If all you ever know the Dark Tower series is by the movie, then forget anything we're saying. You don't know the story. Go read the books. But yeah, the gaps between all the books. Yeah, because he's writing all this other stuff. This was kind of like I think it started as a passion project, and then it never really carried on the momentum. But of course, everybody's like, "You gotta finish." Kind of like a Game of Thrones type thing.
Yeah. You never want
the book Mercy is kind of riff off of him getting hit by the car, I believe. Mercy, is that the one where the ankles get broken? Right? It is. Right? Because the guy gets, like, she hits him, hits the author, and ties him up on a bed. Yeah, that's the one it is. Misery. Not Mercy, Misery. Yeah, it's Misery. That's right. Misery is all about him. Well, not about him, but that's the thing that... But yeah. We talk about this every now and then. I love taking these times to chat, and we now have a book channel in our Discord, by the way.
We do, yeah.
So if you would like to. These are very hard conversations for me to do and type, though. These are sit around at the bar or get a table out for dinner and have, like, appetizers for 5 hours. This is where I live. Like this, I love this, right?
Well, the funny thing is,
let's take everybody in chat out for appetizers tonight. And I'll sit around and talk about nerd books and movies and stuff, right? Because it's so good, and it fits so much in. It's like our love for 40K and 30K and Space Marines and all the stuff we paint is such a great world because it dives so far out into like literature and the narrative of these games. Whether you like, I was talking about Malifaux the other day and going and grabbing the Drive-Thru RPG, all the old Malifaux books that were out of date. They didn't have the right stat lines for the characters or anything like that, but they had the story, and they never retconned the story at that point. I don't think they have yet, but it would have the storyline about all the characters, and so I would go and get the old rule books because they had half of it was a novel, and it was fantastic.
Yeah, their lore has, from everything that I know about it, has largely been very, very good.
There were talks, the last I heard, that an animated version of The Dark Tower being done by HBO or Amazon or something, but I could be wrong. Oh, I didn't hear about it being animated, but I heard that HBO was doing a series of it, yes. That would be the actual book series. So I don't know.
HBO is also redoing Harry Potter.
That would be great. You love The Fifth Element, but you can't seem to find the first 4 movies? Zuzu, you bastard. The first Element was way better. It went downhill after the first Element. I am a meat popsicle. Yards Tony wants tapas. Is that just having
Like
appetizers?
Yeah.
That's just small plate. All of the Malifaux stories are in audio form for free at Weird, and the guy who does them just gets better over time. Oh, have they started to adapt all those old written ones out of the rule books to audio? Because a lot of that is really good. I know I listened to a couple of the Weird things in audio. Oh, that's awesome, Mo. I'm going to definitely check that out. Everybody should check that out. The storyline is fantastic. They have created an amazing world in Malifaux, the way that it works. It is also very Victorian Western style feel, because that's the timeline that it does. It's basically portals opening to another world. They start going through the portals to exploit the resources of this other world, right? And so it is really nice. It's called The Other Side. Yeah, the stories are great. Malifaux's great. Great stories. Written very well. Right? Same thing was true with the War Machine stuff for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
The War Machine stuff was done by Larry Correia. A lot of it. I don't know who else was writing for him, but I remember Larry's stuff the most. And he wrote some really amazing stories that unfortunately got left hanging. They never got finished. They got finished by them doing the blow the world up thing. Unfortunately. Oh, Seacat. Yeah, Doug Seacat. Yeah, the
Good old Seacat.
they had like the, you know, their own gunslinger, right? Who's the guy with the two guns, the Warcaster with
Striker?
Kane? No. What's his name?
Wait.
He had two guns, not Striker. Striker
Kane.
was Gilliman.
Yeah. yes, that's true.
Right? Was it Kane?
Kane.
Okay, I was right. I was Kane.
Yeah.
So Kane with his two guns and trying to find his daughter and all that stuff and going off to the Black Isles and chasing after Scar, and then that just died. Ghost who says, blow the world up? Age of Sigmar enters the chat. The old world enters the chat, right? Here, let's make something called the Vermintide and just blow the old world up and then present a game that's absolutely awful. And then correct it to the point where it's better.
But still...
I don't know that Age of Sigmar is a bad game. I like it. The only qualm that I have with it, of course, is that it is still age-old standard GW. They just don't turn anything on its head.
Yeah. I mean, that game is largely really good without double turns. I think if it didn't have double turns, the game would be great.
Yeah, and that's a really weird one because if you know, what you probably do, you see the community arguments about the double turn, and there's such a loud voice for you just need to get good scrub.
That's not...
Build your army around the double turn. And I'm like,
No.
wow, what a horrible way of having, you know, Stockholm Syndrome.
Well, yeah. Well, the problem is that argument doesn't make sense because you're actively making the game worse and more restrictive by limiting the way that you have to build lists.
I've said it all along. I would love the idea of the double turn if it was an alternating activation game.
Yeah, then it's great. You're like, oh, cool, I can randomly...
Because the worst that might happen is that I commit a unit and then I roll a die and I get the initiative and I get to move another unit. Yeah. It does not table my opponent to get the double turn.
It can turn a game in your favor,
sure,
but it won't win a game.
That gives people the ability to come back from uneven odds.
Correct,
right?
which I love.
So it becomes tactical, and I think that works very well. But when it's an I go, you go,
yep.
I move all my stuff and you play with what's left.
Yep.
That's generally a feels bad anyway.
Yep.
But then when you give the ability for somebody to go and then go again,
yep.
Yeah, there's a reason why Time Walk got taken out of Magic, by the way.
Yeah.
I just want to explain to people that in a game where I get to do all my stuff and then you get to do whatever's left on your end, and there's a card in the game that I can play multiple times and go infinite with that says you don't get to play the game at all. Turns out those are bad play experiences, so take away the double turn, please. Or make your stuff alternating activation. I cannot state enough how I love the Dorito Dread. Back, I always said it looked like a boat.
Yeah.
It has a speedboat front end, right? You didn't care for the Forge World prices. It may have acquired a less than savory version in home printed resin that weighs 1.5 pounds. Then they released the plastic kit with Heresy. The Deradeo or Deradio or whatever you want to call it. It's a funny design. I always wondered why they decided to change the front end of it because it doesn't have enough counterballast to it to like stabilize big guns and stuff. It's just kind of funny. You know,
I like it.
The boat thing. I don't mind it.
I'm definitely one of those.
I don't mind it. That one's really funny because whoever built that has it completely off balance.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
So it's a really weird looking model. It's like you want to break its knees so that it can stand correctly because it's all leaning backwards.
Yeah. Like, look at how backwards it is.
Cries an extra turn commander. Hell, exactly, Paint Liquor. But I mean, commander is you know, ultra BS go. So I just feel like the lore for AOS doesn't have a strong, unique feel like the old world did. And even the old world was not good. The old world really only had like some of the Mordheim stuff was okay. Gotrek and Felix. There was an orc book that was pretty good. But the old world never had literature or narrative that I thought pushed it along as far as 40K did. You know? It had neat lore in the rule books and the codexes, right? Or whatever they were called, the army books, right? It's a king crab. You don't like mechanics that keep the player from playing. Yeah, correct. I you know, and there's always there's always a time where your opponent does something that you feel like you have no control over, and that's good so long as you have a similar ability too, because you can always learn to play the game better, more strategically, move better, blah, 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 right? I'm a one-trick pony. I always take it back to refer everything to chess. Refer great tactical miniatures gameplay all back to chess or Go. How do they compare in their similarities and differences, right? I've never understood the I go, you go philosophy of I move my entire army and then you move your entire army. That's just not how stuff goes. It makes for dull gameplay. It makes for very lazy interactions because you never have the ability to react in a more real-time sense to your opponent's stuff like true combat would be. You know, you don't go to the battlefield and have, okay, you guys go. And then you wait for them to shoot all your people, and then you go, okay, it's our turn. You know, don't move. It's just the most insane thing I can ever imagine.
It definitely doesn't make sense.
And people get mad when I say that because they're like, what do you mean? Like, that's the part that made it not real for you? It wasn't the dreadnoughts?
It wasn't the dreadnoughts?
Gentleman Paints rating with a party of 21. What's going
up,
on?
Gentleman Paints?
Welcome, everybody. Hello, gentlemen. How was your stream? Good to see you on. Thank you. Sounds like Revolutionary War volleys. Yeah, and I think that a lot of the ideas. I mean, you have people like John from Warlord Games, and those guys are big historic game players. But even those that I'm sure there's rule sets out there that are I'll move all my stuff and then you move all your stuff. But technically, there are only parts of your army that play that way, like the volleys. Right? The cannon volleys. I'm going to fire all of my cannons, right? And you're going to pick up the pieces on your end. But your opponent's doing the same thing. You know, your cavalry doesn't get to make a sweep into the opponent without the opponent doing something in a lot of those games. Can you imagine? In those big formation historic games? Here, I'm going to move all my stuff and roll all my dice, and then if you have anything left, good luck. Because that's a game where you flank with heavy cav, and your heavy cavalry comes charging through in a big V formation through the middle of the lines, and light cavalry skirmishes around the outside, and it's like, okay, I have 20% of my army left after your horses decimated me. Do I get to play now?
No, you're not allowed to play.
Avian says, here to say hello as I bang my head on the desk at work.
Oh no,
it's Friday.
At least it's Friday.
It is Chair Slow Fuse and Painting Baby J.
It is.
Okay, there's a comma there. Okay. I was like, I'm not painting Baby J. Double D Benny's, what's going on? GW turn order makes 0 sense and makes the game less fun. But a lot of people have picked up on that. There's a lot of games that are like that. There are more games that I enjoy that are alternating activation. Battletech being one of them. Malifaux was one of them. Arena Rex.
Yep. I love Arena Rex.
There's a ton of that. Infinity was an I go, you go game, but it allowed you to have reactions. And so now GW has taken the reaction bit, but it's not like you would hope in 40K. And Age of Sigmar with the double turn possibility is just horrendous as an I go, you go game. But people have learned to love it, and kudos to them. I just don't like it. I don't like the idea of building to your force to and taking moves under the premise that you might not get to play the game the way you hope to. Yeah.
I hate it.
I just don't like it. Yeah, I don't like it. And I'm a competitive person. A lot of people say, if you want to be casual, go play Minecraft. And I'm like, no, that's not how this goes. I'm a highly competitive person. I typically am not trying to play miniatures games highly competitively because I think that's, no offense, but fairly dumb, because you don't really get highly competitive in anything that has that level of RNG, right? Football doesn't have that high level of RNG. Basketball, baseball, hockey, no competitive sport on the planet has that level of RNG. So it's hard for me to justify the competitiveness, but I am highly competitive. I just don't, at the end of the day, care whether or not I win or lose. Losing sucks always. And winning is cool, but
there's a term that I've started to use a lot more in those sorts of conversations, which is I like playing games at a high level of thought process and intention, where I'm not trying to win in the same way that you would go to a tournament and trying to get every single little edge. But I want to have a really solid game of that takes all of the depth that exists in a game, the decision making, and play a back and forth with somebody and have a great game.
Yeah.
And that's why I like to use the term, play at a high level.
Well, I tend to look at these things from a game development standpoint. Like the games that we develop internally here that, which is funny for some of you to hear because we haven't produced a game yet, but we are developing games. Mm-hmm. And, we're looking at all sorts of things like what are the detriments of alternating activation? What does it do that keeps people from playing those games at a high level? I mean, my honest belief is that the reason why the elephant in the room as 40K is lore-based and emotion-based, not gameplay-based. I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah.
There's nothing that the GW studio is doing to breed great games. They have some great games. Titanicus is great. Guess what? Titanicus is alternating activation. Warcry is great. It's alternating activation. There's a lot of those things where I move a unit, you move a unit, I move a unit, you move a unit, and then when we're all done moving our units, we go to turn 2. And that works really well because it keeps what is intended to be a tactical game tactical. I have the ability to respond to your action in a way that may make you change your next action. I go, you go does not do that, right? It doesn't. I move all my stuff, and you don't get a reaction, right? You might to some extent, like 30K does the same thing. It gives you a reaction. And it's, it can be faction-based what your reaction is. You get one in the shooting phase. So it's like whenever I move, you can choose to retreat a unit and maybe drop back out of shooting range or drop back out of assault range, And so that has a little bit better feel to it for sure. So even if they got more aggressive with doing that, but I think the reality is that you just make it alternating activation. I would play 40K tonight. It is game night at Monument Hobbies tonight on Friday. I would rack up 40K and go play 40K if it were alternating activation. One of the things that we did that was so tremendously fun, and we need to bring it back here for the group because I think it would get people excited, is we played 40K with the overriding turn rules of bolt action.
I mean, I'd be done.
Yeah. So you take the dice in the bag activation of bolt action, which initially I was very against because of, again, the randomness of it. But when you play a full game of bolt action and you see how well that works through the attrition of a normal kill my units style combat game, it's fantastic. And Legion is fun. Legion is similar, right?
Yeah, Legion Imperialis also has alternating activations.
Yeah,
which is really cool.
Well, they're talking about Star Wars Legion.
Oh yeah, Legion
Imperialis is like Titanicus, but Star Wars Legion has good activation in turns too.
Yeah.
Because you pull your chits out of a bag.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
And so it has a nice randomness as to what type of unit you can activate. There's a little bit of playing around you can do with that by having multiples of the same category of unit, right? Bolt action doesn't have that. It's not as limiting. You just pull a die out of the bag, and it's either me or you whose die gets pulled. And like if they pull an American die and I'm playing the Americans, I get to go. And if they pull a German die and you're the Germans, you get to go. And if I pull 3 American die out of the bag or dice out of the bag in tandem or in sequence, then I get to go 3 times. And you're like, well, that's unbalanced. And you're like, no, because I have to commit units first.
Yeah.
So early in the game, you want your opponent to get a lot of dice first. And late in the game, you want all your dice first. And the randomness then presents a really unique way of playing the game because that's never going to happen that way, right? Early in the game, you're going to get a die, your opponent's going to get 2, you're going to get 3 in a row, and you're like, oh my God. But it makes it highly tactical because you're like, I have to commit my tank before my opponent's even put all his units on the board. He may have a heavy anti-tank gun, or I may have a light tank, and he has a heavy tank he's about to bring out. And so if I put my light tank out, and he has yet to activate his heavy, I have to be very careful with where I put my light tank.
Yep.
So my deployment becomes very balanced that way. I have to be very tactical in my deployment. And it's a lot of fun. So we do that with 40K, which we've done a couple of times, and my God, it makes the game amazing. From deployment onwards. You hand me a bag, and I pull a die out of the bag, and I pull your die, and I either get really happy or really sad. Because I know I have a unit in assault range of your assault terminators, and you get that die, but you pick up that die and you have to think, oh, I can assault with my terminators into his very important unit, but now if I don't get the next die, right, I'm going to lose something really big. So you have to think in terms of chess-like gameplay. I'm going to risk my queen, right? To, and I know I'm going to lose a rook, or I know I'm going to lose a knight in return. Something like that. And so it makes for really unique gameplay as opposed to you just get to kind of mop up. Doesn't Armageddon have everyone go on the board, then resolve, ensuring all your units get to do something before they die? I've never played Armageddon. I do not know. Baby. We have ourselves.
What is this laziness that you've got?
We're back.
Jen. So I painted for half the stream, and then I didn't. And in the half of the stream that I had my models in my hand, I painted the teeth on all of my Gorger Mawpack.
Yeah.
And by painting the teeth, I mean I put highlights on all the teeth.
Okay.
And then I sat in the chair.
Okay. Just done.
So I'm done.
Over it.
He's doing much more interesting stuff, so I'm giving him the limelight.
I'm taking a rescue model.
Well, and this is really good. You need to be talking about all your colors more because a lot of people have asked about your color scheme for like the tank and all of that stuff.
So, largely, sorry, I haven't been talking about it because you've been going
rambling.
Yeah. So I mean, a lot of this workup is a mix that I've had going on for I don't know, for a while now, last 6 months or so, that I've been using for all of my Sons of Horus stuff. And I made basically 2 premixes. I probably should have made more, but I have a base coat, which is this color right here. This is black green, jade, and warm gray.
Oof.
I probably could have picked a different color, but I had a very specific color that I wanted.
Yeah.
You could very easily choose a color that's a little different than this. That is just 2 colors. But I am a pain in the butt. Also, emerald green might have worked instead of the black green, and would have had, like, I could have mixed that with the gray and could have gotten something very similar. But it didn't exist at the time. And then my highlight color is faded green plus a little bit of, I believe it's just a touch of black green to make it a little bit more neutral. A little bit more, not neutral, but a little bit darker. And then what I've done here is I've done those as a base coat and a highlight. And then I added a bit of faded green to my highlight mixture to do the highlights. And then I went back in and took my base coat and sprayed it in the shadows to kind of pull some of that color back. And then I went with a darker mix, which is this, plus a bunch of black, or transparent black, to do this like deep shadow on the sides here. And now
put the combos in the tutorial section on Discord. Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
We'll have him, on one of these, we'll have him do a methodology.
Yeah, I'll just do a methodology for it. I can write one up pretty easy.
Omicron's like, Jason's chair guy missed a lot on that phone call. How long you been gone? I've been sitting here for like 20 minutes.
The other thing I'll do as well
more than 20 minutes.
I will readjust the recipe so that it's a little bit less mixing involved, so that it'll get you the same result, but it won't take as many. And then I'll do that as a methodology. Maybe I'll do it as a short as well. But I'm gonna do a little bit of edge highlighting with faded green.
Baka says, I've never played Armageddon either because I'd never be able to afford it. That's the problem with Armageddon.
That
Right?
is so
Well,
true.
the cool thing about Armageddon is that you generally don't have to afford your army in Armageddon. You just have to be on the side that you want to be on. Every Armageddon game that I've seen played at tournaments, or not tournaments, but at conventions and stuff, is like 10v10.
Yeah,
that's the fun thing about Armageddon. You don't need a 20,000 point army. There may be people that do that. They're insane. I'm looking at you, whoever you are. But yeah, it's generally played multiplayer, right? It's like 10v10, 10 people Imperium, 10 people Xenos or whatever. And then you have a lot going on. Like, I had to not watch the games of Armageddon for very long. It's just too much.
Yeah, I can't sit and watch.
Too much. There's too much going on. Jen would
10
have a
hours.
conniption fit. It's like, what? Why are there 80 million people talking about these dice rolls? And it sounds like a whole room arguing with itself. They're all having fun. It's not arguing, but you know.
I'm just doing all these little edge highlights here. Gonna kind of hit all the main ones just to add a little bit more contrast to the edges of the armor.
And somebody mentioned the demon game that Uncle Adam and Vince make, I think, as to how it works. And they said you rolled a D12 and then alternating activation based on the die rolls. I have a question on that. If you know, members of chat, if you rolled the D12, did each unit have to have a unique number? Or like if it's like activation 3 and you rolled 4 units with a 3, do all 4 units go? What? Do you know? Because obviously rolling a D12 is random, but you'll get a lot of duplicates if you have a lot of units. It's not going to give you a unique number every time. So do you begin with everybody with the lowest number on your side goes first? So like, oh, that's crazy. So like if I rolled 3 2s and my opponent's lowest number was a 5, my 2s, 3s, and 4s would go first? Oofa. It's neat. It's neat. It's kind of like a similar thing to the bolt action thing, right? There's an amount of randomness to it, but it doesn't favor any one player in sequence, right? Backwards, but yes. Oh, okay. It goes from high to low or whatever. But yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. I have never been able to sit and talk with. Well, I've never taken the time. I've been able to. I've never taken the time to sit and talk with Adam and Vince about specifics on their game rules. I need to do that at some point.
It's probably not a bad idea. Yeah.
You know. And Hairdo was making fun of me. He says, old guy sits in chair and tells how everybody's games are bad except for ours. I never said that.
I mean, our game is pretty awesome.
Yeah, I've never said that, but it is true. It is true.
How can you guys disagree with us if you've never tried them? That's all I'm saying.
We have to actually make them, though, before we can prove it, right? That's the scary part.
True.
We have to make the games, and then we have to give them to you guys so that you can beat them up and tell us how horrible we are, and then we have to go back and revise them. Damn it.
Well,
Could corner Uncle Adam at Adepticon at least, Lofuse? Oh, no, we hang out a lot when we're at the conventions. At Nova, it was one of the things that I thought about because I sat in on a couple of panels that Vince and Adam did, one of which was more about producing and content creation, and the other one was about game development and stuff. But both of their sessions were phenomenal. They had some really neat panels that were speaking. It wasn't just Vince and Adam. It was usually groups of people in similar situations. But lots of fun information. Nova was really good for some of those seminars.
Yeah, I was there for one of them, or part of one of them.
Yeah, and so there was a lot of really good interactions there.
Got pulled away by John to play Magic.
Yeah, that was actually a fun night.
That was a fun night.
Yeah, and I always hate like when, like if Adam and Vince are sitting at a panel and talking for an hour and a half, and then you go out because we went outside and had drinks and sat around with a bunch of the artists, and after you do that, it's like you don't want to sit there and say, hey, can we continue that whole thing you were just talking about for another 3 hours?
I feel like Vince would probably be down, to be honest. Vince has a lot to say about
Uncle Adam is hoping to get an official event for their new tanks for the Apocalypse game.
Oh, what the heck?
At Adepticon? Is that what we're talking about? Because the new game is Tanks for the Apocalypse. Tanks for all the fish would have been a better name.
Tanks for all the fish.
I need you to call Vince and tell him that Tanks for all the fish was the way that should have been named. It would have been funnier. It would have been funnier if you did.
Alrighty. Man, these guns have a lot of weird shapes for their casings here.
Yeah, they do. There's a lot of doohickeys on that thing.
Yeah. The nice thing is it's only on the arms. It's not really on, like, the legs are pretty straightforward.
It's just Dreadnought, pretty much, other than that.
Yeah.
Everyone has one Sherman tank and a dream to rule the wasteland. Are they all Shermans? No.
No.
Vince and Adam wouldn't do that to you. There's got to be multiple types of tanks. Go out for a steak dinner, like steak and a vampire heart. Talk about games. Write off the cost as a business expense. A bit of a thank you. And you probably know this, so why am I typing it? Avian says. So, little known.
Yeah, funny you said that.
Little known to many people of the world, we have what is called Steak Club.
Well, it's not little known because we posted about it on the internet.
Yeah, it's true. But we do Steak Club, and yeah. It's sad because Vince doesn't eat steak. So, I always feel bad. But Vince always comes, man. He's a trooper.
No, because State Club was in Vegas. He wasn't there.
Well, he was there.
He's gone to multiple other ones though. He went to Adepticon, Nova.
The first one is the only one that I've been to.
Oh yeah.
And he wasn't at that one.
Yeah, that was John and Miniac.
Yeah.
And eBay Mini Rescues, Casey, and who else was at that one?
Steve Garcia.
Steve Garcia. Was Uncle Adam there?
No.
What does Vince eat? Just not steak. Shrimp. Things like that.
Yeah, because he did go when we went to the...
He may not be a red meat guy. I've never really had the conversation with
We
him.
went to the Brazilian bar or Brazilian steakhouse place. He went to that.
Yeah. But he had a salad and soup.
Well, he ate meat too.
Did he?
I'm pretty sure.
I don't think he did.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think he did.
I have not seen him eat meat at any of the...
We need him in here. Somebody get Vince.
Yeah, go grab Vince.
No, we spend a lot of time, but I don't like to... it's funny because when we're around our friends in the industry like that, a lot of times we may talk some industry stuff, but more from a business perspective, and we pretty much just sit around and are social.
That's true.
It's like I feel like at the point where we're at Monument Hobbies, it's like if we're going to get together and talk like games with Vince and Adam, it should either be like, hey, let's do it as a podcast type thing, or let's make a business meeting, so that it takes the right part of people's time. I'm just always very kind of sensitive to taking people away to talk business when that's not necessarily their main business. People work. We don't all want to sit around and talk work all the time. We want to talk about bad interpretations of Tolkien.
Or play Magic into the wee hours of the morning.
Write it off that way. Write-offs aren't all you wish they were. It's like everybody talks about write-offs until you run a business, and then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, whatever.
It doesn't matter.
It's like you either made the money or spent the money. It's all the same. Very beer and pretzels game. The tank one, yeah. Oh my gosh, tanks piloted by goldfish and fish bowls. Tanks for all the fish. See? Game delay, it would have been better. I'm going to let Vince know. After this show, I'm sending Vince an email. Right?
Tanks for all the fish.
And I'm going to say it would have been better if you named it Tanks for all the fish. And each tank had a goldfish bowl. Right? It's like I picture the robot, the humanoid robot body with the fish tank and the fish inside of it. Like from the Umbrella Academy.
Yep. Yes.
That's what I envision, except attached to a tank. Tanks for all the fish. There you go. Missed opportunities. Slap the Monument logo on it. It's ours now.
It's ours now.
Tanks for all the fish. But yeah, we've been talking about Stephen King novels.
We have, yeah.
We have been discussing the pain of the latest Horus Heresy novels.
We did do that.
And contribute to that.
You got the Oddball Sherman from Kelly's Heroes from Bolt Action for this game. Oh, nice. Oh, is it played at that scale? Like 1/48th? 1/52nd? Around that?
So Jordan, you said this is a model that you bought that had already been painted.
Yes.
And
so
it was horrible.
For something that...
it was really bad.
Huh?
It was really bad.
Oh.
It was really, really bad.
Does it go with other stuff that you've been...
Why, yes, it most certainly does.
Okay.
It is a Horse Heresy model. It goes along with all the crazy stuff I've been working on. It's basically another one of these guys. It's just a different style of it. And is a little bit more,
It's a walking casket
boat.
with guns.
yes. Also a boat.
It's made 28 millimeter. Yeah, so 148th, 156th. I don't remember what it is. 152nd. 28 millimeters a weird scale. It doesn't exist in other things, but 148, 156th, I think, are the ones you want to look for if you're trying to find tanks that are the right size from model deals. The Italarai kits for bolt action are generally like 156th, I think. Boop, 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 boop. They're a good size. They get very large as you move up the scale into like Tigers and such too. Those are big models. They have
Go the opposite way and paint the little teeny tiny things like Matt was painting today.
Well, I'm
Oh
gonna
my
do that
God.
this weekend.
Are you?
Not that game. It's for this game, but small.
Are they that small?
They are
Yeah.
that
Oh
small.
wow, that's so cool.
they're actually smaller.
Are they in? Oh, they are.
Yeah, his is that one is
Yeah.
like 10 to 12 millimeter, I think. The Confederate and Union models that he's painting are not as small as the ones for the Horus Heresy, whatever it's called, Imperialis.
It's got a kind of a weird name. I don't even know what it is. Something Imperialis.
There's a really good tank game done by two fat lardies, I think. It's called What a Tanker.
What a name.
Yeah,
What a name.
two Brits that take a lot of pot shots at themselves.
I've seen their videos with you.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, two fat lardies.
The name is definitely familiar.
Two fat lardies. It's called What a Tanker. It's a lot of fun. They are a company that makes a lot of really good book only, because they just do the books, the rules, World War II games.
Oh, cool.
They make some of my favorite rule sets for World War II. And, one of the coolest things about those that I'm always telling people, hey, if you like World War II, a great way to get into miniature games is to buy some bolt action armies, and then you can use them in like 30 different rule sets. Because there's literally hundreds of rule sets out there for World War II miniatures, and the scale is largely irrelevant. Some of them will say they're 20 millimeter, 15 millimeter, 28 millimeter. It doesn't matter. Throw the models on the table and use it. Every now and then you'll find that a range band seems a little weird. That machine gun seems to shoot very, very far.
Jason has painted a tank girl.
Hmm?
Davian said snag a Sherman and paint it up like tank girl.
Yep.
You've already done that.
Done it.
Yep. I was thinking about it the other day. I have, because there was a time when, the guy that's been forever ago, before Pro Acryl, where we had done Tank Girl. We did her in a Machine and Krieger MK-44 combat suit. So no real tank. And I painted the suit most of the way and Tank Girl most of the way. And then as I do, I gave up on it. And then, but I have 3 different dioramas planned for a Tank Girl series. And I still have all the stuff.
Yeah, there was the kangaroo.
The kangaroos. Yeah, the kangaroos were for that one. The one kangaroo was for that one. I found some 28 millimeter, or no, 1/35th scale kangaroos, because that was all done in 1/35th scale. I think the Machine and Krieger is 1/35th. And so, and I have her standing in the cockpit, taking off her flight suit, and she's stripping down to her skivvies. And then the kangaroo is going to be sitting in a toxic pool, lounging like a hot tub with the toxic pool bubbles.
Oh my gosh.
That
and
wasn't before Pro Acryl.
What's that?
That wasn't before Pro Acryl.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
I feel like you painted that in the first building at the artery.
No, it was done at the house. Pretty sure.
Moving on to doing this metal in dark silver.
But that one was going to be called No Swimming. I have a scope dog model from, I don't remember what the anime is called. I'm not going to remember. The anime smart ones out there, tell me what the scope dog mech is from. But I have a scope dog model, and then I have another 1/35th scale resin garage model from a tremendously skilled sculptor who has a woman who I would make into Tank Girl, a female model with a welding tank. She's got an oxyacetylene tank and a welding rig with rubber hoses and goggles. And, I was going to have her welding up a part of the scope dog model. And then the third one is the Calamity one, the big 1/35th scale mobile suit. It's like a Gundam on steroids that he makes. That is the big sniper one. And then I have a Scorpius, a Spanish armed fighting vehicle, a wheeled armed fighting vehicle with a bunch of 1/35th scale female models that are sitting on my desk. Actually, they're not. They're up on my shelves in my office. So I have a lot of projects around that Tank Girl thing that I need to get back to.
That would be really cool.
The big problem for me is that most of them require building very, very complex models. That's been a bummer.
Panic Bomb would like to know if you have any tips for painting smaller scale minis.
Sure, base coats and wash.
Yep. Yeah, don't worry about the details because you're not going to see them at the scale that you're playing.
Yeah, you can literally get away a lot of the time with base coating all of the individual parts like pants, shirt, flesh, gun, boots, and then put a wash, an all-over wash, like a black-brown wash on it, and then just pick out some highlights on the head and shoulders area. And don't even worry about anything waist and down, right? Because the problem is if you create too much contrast on the scale as it goes below 28 millimeter that we're used to in our war games, it gets to where it makes it look like a mess. So you really are better suited for just, brighter base coats, wash, done. A little bit of highlight on the head and shoulders, maybe on the gun, depending on the position and the pose. But you don't have to do a whole lot. Like we said, Matt's painting the Revolutionary War stuff, or not Revolutionary War, the Civil War stuff, and that's what he's doing. He's just base coating and then washing, and they look great. And because then once you base them, because a lot of those smaller ones come in like stands of multiple guys, like Flames of War. Flames of War, very easy to do that, base coat, wash, and then spend some time on the base itself, like with flock and snow and whatever else you're doing on the base. Just create some contrast between the stand of models on it and the basing that you do, and you're fine. Most times they'll look great. Now, if you're doing small scale like Napoleonics, you might have to go a little bit further to differentiate between the units that you're doing and stuff. But
the other thing too is I'm gonna have some of that stuff next week that I'm gonna want to paint, so I can definitely take some time during one of the streams and kind of talk about the process of painting some of that small stuff and show you guys what that actually looks like in practice.
Phoenix asks, and have you ever met your favorite author?
No. I'm not sure I have a favorite author right now.
So this is a tough one because I met Douglas Adams. And for a lot of years, I would have to answer that question as yes. And I guess I still might. Because, yeah, I mean, some of my favorite books of all time. I don't know that I have a favorite author. There's nobody that I look for. Have they written a new book lately? I have a bunch of authors that I've liked their stuff. We talked about Dan Abnett and stuff. I don't know that I've met Dan. I've met Graham McNeil. I met a bunch of the authors for Black Library, but I don't know that I met Dan. But I met Douglas Adams years and years and years and years and years ago. And so maybe the answer is yes. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, one of the greatest books ever written.
How's the movie?
Not
the same?
For all its faults, it's not horrible.
Yeah.
It's not one that I was ever like, you know what, I need to go watch? Unfortunately. Believe it or not, the crappy, whatever it was, BBC version was okay.
There's a BBC version?
Oh my God, Zaphod Beeblebrox in it is the worst prosthetic you've ever seen in your life. The second head that he has is like this kind of animatronic almost thing that's like balanced improperly on his neck. It's horrible, but great at the same time. So.
I was about to say, you realize you just told us that was the better one, right?
Oh yeah, but that's probably why it is better, is because it's so cheesy B, whereas the newer one tried to take itself seriously.
Oh yeah.
You know.
And from what I know about that series,
Yeah, think old school Doctor Who, except better. I feel like Doctor Who was worse in its special effects, but yeah, they're all kind of the same, right? Old English sci-fi stuff. But yeah, it was great. Mo says complex models. Isn't that why you hired Jordan? I would not trust Jordan to build any of these models. I do not know Jordan's scale model building skills.
I would do well.
I gotta go lock up.
I have faith in my ability to do that.
Some of these, the Briegel is 275 pieces,
That's crazy.
and it's like a 10-inch tall model. Have fun, babe. Send a postcard. She didn't answer me. She's like, shut up, man.
Shut up, man. Oh, man.
The Briegel is done, he goes by Calamity. And the Briegel is a very limited edition model. The one that I have is the Sniper one. And it's huge. I showed it off on stream years ago. And it literally is like 200 pieces of garage cast resin.
That's crazy.
And he takes a lot of time to clean it all up, and it still needs a lot of work. So I'm very scared, right? Because I get really ticked off when I have to spend 5 days cleaning parts and haven't even glued anything together yet.
Yeah.
I just am beyond that day. There was a day long ago when that was how I did things, right? I built scale models, and I would clean and prep and dry fit models for a week before I ever glued anything together. Those are not who I am anymore. I'm not that guy. I need eBay rescues. I need models that have been put together by somebody else. Good, bad, indifferent. I don't care. I just want to paint. My energy is better spent painting than building models. There are lots of people that like to build models.
I do like to build models.
Right?
I like to do it. It's fun.
I think that Chris likes to build models. Gabe likes to build models. A lot of these guys like to build models.
Yeah, I do.
So
I
I would love to give them all to him. Maybe I'll give Baby J the Scorpion Annie, the fighting vehicle, but I have to figure out which one I want to do first, right? Because I don't know that I'm prepared to go back and repaint the Machining Krieger one. I did Jen's right. I painted Tank Girl pre-Pro Acryl, and I painted the Machining Krieger with Pro Acryl. The actual model. It happened like right there. That might have been the model that I was painting as we were testing the release paints. So I don't want to have to go back and repaint her right now, but maybe I will. The resin factor will send you off for sure. It's just so much cleaning stuff.
Cleaning stuff to the level that you would need to clean stuff for that is a lot of work.
Mo says rookie part numbers. Well, 275 parts may be light for building a Gundam, but the Gundam doesn't take near the time to clean. You know, that the Adeptus Titanicus Imperator Titan that I have down on the floor over there is 200 and some odd pieces too. And it's like 12 inches, 13 inches tall. So it's not a huge model, but 200 pieces done in resin?
Is that cast resin or is that printed?
Printed.
Ugh.
So it's probably a little easier to clean up, but some of the pieces that I pulled out had so many support nubs on it, it makes me want to vomit.
Yeah, no, I actually, having done both, I've cleaned...
The Briegel is cast.
Yeah,
So the
that would be
Briegel, the only problem is mold lines. So it's a trade-off, right? These garage casts, they've cleaned up a bunch of them, but of course down in the gaps, like where tight corners and stuff happen, like inside corners, the mold lines still exist, and that's a bummer. Because that one's very, very hard to clean, and again, it's 200 some odd pieces. And, you know, like, he took the time to send me that thing, and I feel bad because it's been years and years, and I haven't ever built it. So when I build it, I really want it to look good. I mean, that's like a world-class model, and it's like you don't want to do anything less than a world-class job on it. And the models that I have, like I've pieced together so much stuff. I've pieced together I think it's the Merkava, the the IDF tank had a kit that had like baggage and stuff you hang off of it. I got that in 1/35th scale so that I can put a bunch of baggage and tools and crap like that all over the Scorpion. And then on the for the crew, I found these amazing female tank crew models that are 1/35th, and they're all garage cast resin as well. I had to look all over the world to find this stuff. Like some of those models I waited for like 8 months to get from somebody in Japan that makes them as you order them. Kind of a thing. It's like, oh my God. But I've had them all. I know where they all are, so all the models are here. All the stuff is here. So all I need to do is take some time, put it all together. But again, it always sucks too, because to paint something that's 12 inches tall on stream is a beast.
It is a lot, yeah.
It's a beast. Baka says, boy, I wish I liked building as much as I do painting. Me too, right? You like kit bashing, but if you're building a model straight, you hate it. Deadbeat. I'm kind of like that with you. Like just building the 5 ogres that I've been painting was a pain in the butt. It took like a full day of me here in the studio listening to a book to get it all, clean it all, put it all together, And those were GW models, and they were pretty good plastics, so.
I really like building kits in, I don't like doing a lot of models that are kind of similar, but if it's one thing that I'm dedicating a bunch of time to make it look really, really nice, that I really enjoy. Because there's something about getting everything to be just so and everything to be perfect that feels really, really, really good. And that's when you're going in and you're filling gaps and you're
exactly.
You're realigning, mold shifts and stuff like that.
Exactly.
And that feels really good to get it to that point where it's just perfect again.
Slayer Street says, my FLGS has a quarterly painting competition, but it's timed and you have to build as part of it. Lame. Yeah, I'm with you. Those are always tough. Where you got to what? You gave me the model on sprue?
Yeah, that.
And this is speed painting? I'm out.
Yeah, I would not be interested.
I'm out. I couldn't build the model before people were done. I spend too much time when I'm building models. Probably one of the reasons I hate it. Right? Is because I can't just speed build a model. I go through and I clean each part individually, and then when I go dry fit them, and then make sure they work, and then once you put your sub-assemblies together, and then you gap fill the sub-assemblies, and then you put it all together and clean it up, and it doesn't take a lot of time with GW models, but I still don't like it. I was going to build last weekend or the weekend before, I was going to build the Sanguinius model I have, and I was like, nope.
God,
I dumped it out on the desk and was like, nope, put it all back in the Ziploc bag, put it back in the box.
In there. That model is gorgeous, though.
Deadbeat, I'm gap filling as we're talking, and I just want to paint this damn thing. Exactly.
Yeah, that is the problem.
Exactly. And I would legit pass it off to somebody here and have them build it, but everybody's really beat with work right now. We got so much going on. Mo says I'm building the Gambler's chest from Kingdom Death right now.
Oh, no.
Insane.
They have some of the worst models to assemble, too.
I'm trying to think. I don't know that I've had a ton of hassles with Kingdom Death models, but I haven't built very many.
Some of them are really bad.
The Malifaux stuff used to be a nightmare.
Still is. I don't know if I'd say it's a nightmare, but it's definitely not fun.
They're tired. They're small and they're done in almost a true scale.
Yep.
Way, so the details are going to be very minuscule. Fingers and stuff are always flying off, breaking stuff.
That's the big thing, is I'm afraid that I'm going to lose a piece.
Their instructions, if they exist, can be a pain in the butt.
Yeah, the instruction part isn't the part that bugs me the most. It's the fear of losing the one piece. It just I have a ridiculous obsession with making sure that all those pieces are together. And I'd be really upset if I lost a piece.
Droidica says, do you guys have a beginner airbrush video? No, but we can make one.
We can make one.
I would be willing to make a video to teach you how to airbrush from the beginnings. We need one, and we've needed one for a long time just for Pro Acryl. One of the most commonly asked questions that we get with our paints is, what do I need to do to get them to airbrush? And when we answer nothing, it'd be nice to have a video to point people to that kind of showed what we mean by nothing. But yeah, now when you're saying a beginner airbrush video, do you want to know both how to paint with the airbrush and also break it down and clean it? We do have break it down and clean videos. But when I think beginner, I think more in terms of setting it up with paint and what air pressure to run and, useful tips on getting it to do what you need it to do initially. Mo, you like most of the Malifaux kits? Jan Lowe had some engineering questions. Oh, was he the one with the beard?
Yeah, his beard's in like 4 pieces or 5 pieces.
Their mold guy, they started out, from my understanding, utilizing the place that did the actual injection. An engineer there was doing their sprue setup.
Yes. I've heard that as well.
And if that's the case, that makes sense because it was somebody who doesn't build plastic models, right? Because if you looked at so many of the early models, the way the parts joined was just, there's no excuse for doing that. You would have models whose bodies went together to where the lines, the join lines came together down the outside of the arm, like all the way down the outside of the arm. In 2 pieces, like it would clamshell the arm together and be like right across the top of the arm. There was that one big demon that we put together that had like along one of the arms where they could have had a join line at the bicep and the shoulder that is easy to hide. It was literally like 2 lines that came down the shoulder because the shoulder was in 3 pieces. Oh, those then made a Y shape down to a long trough down the forearm to the wrist. And that trough was molded so that it had a chamfer to it, so it made a ditch. So the model, when it came together, it wasn't 2 flat faces coming together to where your line is very non-existent. You could just file it and it's fine. It was beveled. The pieces themselves were beveled, so that when you put the model together, it had a dip on the face of a muscle, like the muscle should have been completely across. Heck? But the arm came together and it had a divot in it that ran the length of the arm. So not only did it not fit great, so you had a gap, but it also had a ditch that you had to fill with putty. And by doing so, because it's on bare skin, you lost all the detail of the musculature. It's horrible. Horrible. Action Surge, what's going on? Hey, Jordan, a friend is buying some items from Redgrass Games. He's buying me a wet palette. Which is best, the XL V2 or the Painter V2?
I'm not familiar with the Painter. Is that the small orange one? I always recommend the larger one. I have both. I have used both, and I generally prefer the larger one. But I also... I tend to do really large mixes and stuff, so it works better for my style of painting, and how I work with the paint.
What he means is that he's very messy on his palette.
Yes. I'm not going to deny it.
Deadbeat says I use dollar store Tupperware. There you go. That works too.
That works too, yeah.
Painter is 10, XL is 12. Bigger's better if you can afford it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the case with palettes, right? You get to put more paint on them. Larger it is, more paint. Droideka says yes from the start. Yeah, we'll do one. That's a good one.
I think that's most of
doing something like what Jordan did today with the, kind of beginning through painting the green on this model would have been perfect. So we do that a lot around here where we do like base coat airbrushing and then get into detail. So we'll be able to make one.
For the video?
Yeah, for airbrushing. That's a quick one.
Yep. That'd be an easy one to do. Talk about all the PSI stuff. Talk about...
You're almost positive the company that does the Malifaux plastics also do the Kingdom Death plastics? Oh, I didn't know that.
I haven't heard that either.
The plastics that I've seen from Kingdom Death, totally different. Totally different plastic.
Ho ho! What's up?
Just go ahead and break that microphone.
Sorry.
Wow, you breaking stuff over there, Shelby?
I'm not trying to.
She breaks everything.
They can't see me.
She's got issues.
I mean, I can fix
Hey,
that.
can you hit chair?
Yeah. That I can fix.
I'm just waiting for my parents to come pick me up.
Oh, that's right. You're Carlos.
Yeah. It's like I'm in high school again.
We have a Shelby.
Hi, Schlebby.
Hi.
What's going on, Schlebby?
Not much. Got off work. Busy day.
Busy day.
It has been a busy week.
It's been a busy week.
It has
Holy
been a
hell.
busy week.
Busy week.
Yes, but super fun.
That is
Aw,
one
thanks,
hell of a
Phoenix,
smile
Mercy.
there, says Phoenix.
I like smiling.
She says that now. Don't believe a word she says. She comes on here and smiles. You should see how she growls and frowns at all of us.
Whatever.
Yesterday, you know what she did to me?
What did I do?
You know what you did?
Do I?
You know what you did?
I don't think I do.
The whole can crushing
Oh,
and growling?
I didn't growl, but I do remember that.
She growled.
I don't think I growled.
She flexed,
I didn't
growled, crushed a
growl.
can, threw it in the trash, and stared me right in my eyes like, I dare you. That was exactly what that whole thing did. It said, I dare you, Jason. That's Shelby.
Well,
Shelby really runs the show around here, so the rest of us are just at her beck and call.
I run the comedic show for sure.
You run the comedic show?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I'm just always doing weird things.
I mean,
She's a jokester.
do you do more or less weird things
jokester.
than I do?
She's a jokester.
I do a lot of weird stuff, Shelby.
I guess.
If she randomly comes in with green hair, should probably call Batman. What? What?
I mean,
What?
I don't know if I would dye my hair green.
Nah.
We're gonna do.
If I did a crazy color, I'd do something else, but I wouldn't do a crazy color.
Nah. What's the purpose?
Yeah.
It's a hassle.
That's why I get tattoos instead.
It's a. Oh.
You're talking to the right guy.
Jason doesn't support my tattoos.
You're leaving? Yeah. Okay. Oh, you gotta go. Are you gonna go straight to shopping?
Both Maddie's.
Okay, cool. Is Maddie 2 over there helping out? Okay, cool. Right.
They were already probably.
All right, Ben. You can walk right in front of the camera.
Oh. Taking a long way.
Fine.
Taking just leaving Jason in suspense.
Yeah.
Fine. Whatever, dude.
Whatever, dude.
Whatever, dude.
Whatever.
Really?
Yeah, and I ditched him to
Well,
come
let's
in
run it.
here.
That's right. You should tell Ruben to come in here. I'll move to the production chair and then he can come sit over here.
I'm just enjoying doing this right now, so.
Oh, I get it. Big smile, green hair. Joker.
Wow. Yeah.
I understand the thought process.
I don't.
I still have this psychotic background.
That's Tom, by the way.
You know.
That's Wad Tom, a Tom. Or Wad Tomato Inn.
His name is in fact Wad Tomato Inn.
Oh, I love that you
His
read
real
it
name,
as that.
I think his real name is Ed.
Huh.
Edward, not Ed. But we call him Tom. Because it's right there. Wad, Tom, Aton.
Yes.
His name is
Wad Tomato Inn.
Wad Tomato Inn. That's what like, I think it was maybe Baby J's first day on stream.
Yep.
It was, hello, Wad Tomato Inn.
I was like, Wad Tomato N?
It's awesome.
Was I think exactly how I said it.
Oh, you gotta love it. Gotta love it.
Hey, look, I'm great at renaming people really terrible names.
I use the dish pad that's huge for your sponge in wet palette. You can cut it to the size and it holds up forever.
Ooh.
Holds a tons of water. Dish drying pad. I don't know this. Is this like the kind of thing that you get that's normally like kind of rubberized?
Oh no, it's like they're like microfiber. They're like thicker pads that you like put your dishes on to dry.
Oh, I don't know this. I know like microfiber towels is what we use.
Yeah, they're
more
kind
like
of
a spongy
fuzzy.
kind of thing.
Yeah, but they would absorb water well and retain it.
Well, it's like I never claimed to have any good jokes. I mean, that's okay. We don't do good jokes here.
True.
We actually don't want good jokes.
Speak for
We
yourself.
prefer bad jokes. Don't you start. Miss, I'm the humor part of the company.
I mean, am I not?
Have you ever met me? Have you not met me? Am I not just a walking joke book?
You are.
See?
You don't come through fulfillment enough, though. So I gotta pick up the slack, Jason.
The
Well, I'm sorry
shade
because
is
people crush
thrown.
cans and are like the come at me bro look all the time. I'm a very delicate flower and I'm afraid of fulfillment.
I'm sorry.
People are mean over
Sorry,
there.
I've made it a hostile.
People are mean. They throw
environment.
things. Fulfillment's a dangerous place because that's where all the knife blades are. Speaking of tomatoes and Tom, work has begun on fusing a certain MySpace founder with a picture of a tomato. Fantastic. Fantastic. Now you're speaking. That's my time. Man, I wish I could have some of the hours back that I used to spend making my custom MySpace profile. I was that guy.
I don't
Yeah.
want to know.
I was that guy because it was
I don't
basically
wanna
it was
know.
basically just a web page. You could write HTML and get your own thing. So I had it all done to where it was all like sectioned off. I had like sliced graphics that you would roll over and they'd change. I had all sorts of crazy stuff on my profile, and people would always be like, "How did you do that?" Because everybody else's MySpace profile sucked. And I was like, "Well, because I'm good.
Because I don't suck.
Because I don't suck."
Thanks.
Yeah, MySpace was long before my time.
Isn't
Yep.
it still around?
I
I think it is, and it's only like music.
maybe. I've never met a single person that still uses it.
Yeah, me neither.
So
Gosh, I hope
But
not.
is it around still? Does anybody know? Anybody out there want to be brave and like Google MySpace? Do you Google MySpace or you just type in myspace.com? I'm not sure. You know, it's funny because I'll do that. I'll be lazy. I'll go PayPal and hit enter. And then I get like the
Yeah.
Google search. And I'm like, what the? I just wanted to go to PayPal, damn it.
Oh yeah, it's still around and it's for music.
Yeah, that's what I
You're
was thinking
right.
is I think it's mostly music. Yep, musician profiles.
Mm,
Yep. I knew it.
yeah, that was just that was an era I'm glad I didn't live in.
Yeah. That's probably. Yeah, probably. Seems fair.
It was not bad. That was the Wild West of the internet.
Yeah.
It was pretty crazy. MySpace was pretty crazy. It was the beginning of the end because it was where the first time that I think you really knew that we as a civilization were doomed. Because you know pre-Facebook and you had MySpace and the amount of relationships that ended due to the creation of MySpace was phenomenal. The
Yeah, I
amount
can
of
see
people I knew personally who just crashed, burned, divorced, you know,
Really?
Dateline murders.
Wow.
Not really, but
Oh.
that's for dramatic effect. Yeah, it was crazy, man. Absolutely crazy because you would set up a profile and because everybody and their mother who had internet access was enjoying this whole new thing, you just run around and you could find anybody and search people, and it wasn't just about who you knew. You'd go look at somebody else's page and this and that, and you'd find like, you know, some cute person, and you could make like snide remarks or you could say, "You're cute, call me," and you know somebody's wife would be like, "Oh, who's Sharon?"
Yeah.
You know, and you're like, "I have no idea." And like, "Oh yeah, sure you don't." And you're like, "No, I don't."
It's like, no, I
you know,
don't.
it's like, what color are your pants? Tom from State Farm or whatever it is. Jake from State Farm.
Yeah.
Jake from State Farm.
It was that whole thing, right?
Well,
You think MySpace just got bought again recently? Why? It would be my only question.
Yeah,
what could possibly
value
come of
does it
what?
have?
Like, what is the moneymaker for MySpace these days? It was always free.
yeah.
I don't even remember a lot of advertising on MySpace. I don't remember.
I can't imagine anybody wants to advertise on it.
Yeah, I don't feel like you'd.
Well, if
reach-
it's for musicians, then it's now probably like Mackie and Kef and Yamaha and
that
Gibson,
makes sense.
places like that. The left chair is super bright. You can tell that the cameras
Yeah.
are not adjusting. I blame Gabe.
I'm also just really pale, so that might have something to do with it.
I blame Gabe.
Yeah.
He had something set up where there was the right adjustment on the cameras, but then we added a different one, and it never got adjusted again. So we need to fix that.
Mm.
The people with the money are the ones that deserve it least and use it for the stupidest stuff. What? Wife just texted the name of the dish thing. Mainstays dish drying mat. Okay. Slayer Street, take it easy, man. Thanks for hanging with us.
Bye, Slayer Street.
Ghost Hunter's like, Jason is chair guy now? Well,
Sort of.
so
Bless you.
about that.
Thank you.
You okay over there?
We're doing great.
Okay, just checking. It is Jabe's fault. Yes.
When in doubt, blame Jabe.
Blame Jabe.
Blame Jade.
This is Jabe's sister, by the way, so she can attest to that whole thing.
Yeah.
I'm sure there were plenty of times in Shelby's life so far where it's like, it was Gabe.
No, he's kind of hard to blame.
Really?
Yeah.
He's too good to get two shoes?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
I always blamed my other brother.
Was he easier to get?
Yeah, he was a little bit more mischievous, so that was easier.
Ever since Jabe says his mama was a pill, you're being a pill.
Now Jabe's fault, yeah. He did call her a pill.
He did.
But
And
you know what?
Everybody got upset at
She
him.
Shannon
called
is
us
hilarious.
pills all the time, and so she's just...
Their mother
It's
is
coming back.
hilarious. I love her.
Yeah, she's pretty funny.
She's hilarious.
She's just so goofy.
She's got a good personality. It was funny because that one day where I was like, how things going? She goes, not as good as they could be. And it just took me back. I was like, wait a minute, you're always great. What's wrong?
Yeah.
I was immediately like, what can I do? Is
Yeah.
everything okay?
And she's so honest about it, too.
Yeah,
She's not like, oh, fine.
No. She's like, sucks today.
Yeah.
That's so good. I love it. Those are my kind of people. It's like, I don't have any time to beat around the bush and say, are you sure?
Yeah.
Shelby, are you sure you feel okay today?
Yeah.
Not
true.
today sucks.
Shelby lies to me all the time.
I don't lie to you. Here's the thing. If I am having a bad day, I don't like...
You don't want to share it.
Yeah, I don't want to
I
make people...
spread it around.
I don't want to make people like feel like they
I
have
don't
to
wanna
walk on eggshells
I don't want
around
to
me.
spread it. Well, we always have to walk on eggshells, right? You're like a volatile like earthquake about to happen. Everybody walks on eggshells now.
Yeah, sure.
Yards, Tony got his noosh.
Nice. What are you going to use it on first? Yards, Tony.
That's a good question.
What is the first project?
He bought
that will
42
get
bottles because he said something about repainting his garage.
I'm not sure that's the best course of action you could be taking.
Malev says, I walk on sunshine for the most part.
Yeah.
It's funny, Malev, because I have seen you and skulked around your stream enough to know that your mellowness has an edge to it sometimes. Like at first I would have been like Malev is, because Malev's got like smooth silky. If you ever seen his stream or anything, Malev's always like he's always like right here. Like Malev's always like right here.
Okay.
He's always like yabba dabba doo. Let's paint some minis, bro.
Yeah.
And it's always very low key, but it has an edge when he's got that chip going. He's like low key. He's like down here. It's like he's like I'm full on unhinged. I have a Sherman flamethrower tank for your bolt action U.S. Marines. Brutal. Flamethrowers are not good in that game, and I do not respect people that use them.
Wow.
They're horrible. Oh my God. I have a German engineering squad that has a flamethrower in it, and it's like, I win. If it gets into your units, if it gets anywhere close to your dudes, I win the game.
Wow.
It's so bad. Flamethrowers are like the worst thing in the world.
So wait, are they good or are they bad?
How do you define those two things? They're very good in that they kill everything in front of them.
Okay.
They cause so many pinning marks that you generally just cause units to flee.
Okay.
Right? And just get killed.
Okay.
And they can like burn tanks out. They're crazy.
So you can burn... Oh, because you can get up in there and flush them out. With...
Yeah, you can burn tanks with them and stuff. They pin tanks and all sorts of crazy stuff.
Well, sounds like the best thing you could take.
No.
Why would I just not take a whole bunch?
So there's a bunch of things that I don't know. I haven't played bolt action in a while, but there are a bunch of things that are kind of unhinged, to coin Malev's term there, that or to steal his term, and that you want to make sure that people in the house rules understand there's certain things we don't do. Like there was one version of the M3 Stuart tank. M3, M5, I don't remember what it was. The Stuart, the little light tank. And there was a tank version that they made like, I don't know, not many of them. but it's in the book, right? And this one light scout tank had 5 machine guns on it, I believe. It had...
Sounds dumb.
It was crewed by 3 people.
Okay.
So you could never fire more than 3 machine guns, right?
Oh, okay. So it has 5, but you can only
And you couldn't have
shoot
and you
3.
couldn't have shot the machine guns if you were actually driving the tank. So it was really limited to 1 or 2 machine guns that could actually shoot.
It sounds like a really efficient.
It just had a
tank.
bunch of machine guns pointing in different directions so that you could defend the tank how you needed to in a problem situation. It wound up it was a bad idea, and so they removed that. There weren't very many of them made. But you'll find people that field this in bolt action because it has 5 machine guns, and machine guns happen to be the I win the game part of bolt action. He with the most machine guns wins because it puts out the most dice, right? Especially for Germans, because Germans rule, their national rule is that their machine guns shoot 1 more time than everybody else's.
Oh my gosh.
That's really dumb.
So you just take Germans with as many machine guns as you can put in squads.
Okay.
Right.
Alrighty then.
And medium machine guns being the best. And so you take LMGs and MMGs, and that's what the MMGs on the tank were. And so you get people that would feel like 3 of these Stuarts, that's 15 machine guns. That rolls more dice than your opponent has models most turns.
Eesh.
And they're cheap, you know. And so that kind of stuff goes bad. There's a unit of Japanese that for the longest time were just the cheesiest thing in the world. They were these psychotic guys with bamboo sticks with shape charges on the end.
What?
Yeah, and they were ultra fast because they just ran. They were like kamikazes.
Okay.
So they would just run at you and hit you with these shape charges on the end of these long spear bamboo sticks. And so you would play against people that the only reason they were playing the Japanese army was because they had that unit, and they would take as many of that unit as they could.
What the heck?
It was stupid. So yeah, there is min-maxing and some stupid stuff that can go on in that game that can perturb you, but it's a really good community in terms of like who plays and how they play, and they try to keep it very narrative, and they don't let you spam units, and in most cases you can't take very much armor because that wasn't the way it would have been, and you're not going to be able to bring a lot of tanks, and in most cases if you do, like the big tanks, like the heavy tanks, like the Tiger, cost like more than half of your army, so there's no reason to take it because it can get pinned out with simple stuff like mortars, and you don't even have to blow stuff up in bolt action to have it be useless. You can just pin it to death and it can't do anything. So, you don't necessarily have to be able to cause damage to a unit in order to knock it out of the game. So it's very scary to take lots of tanks. You play lots of flamers in your 1,000-point 40k Marines army. Adrax Agatone to lead them. Yeah, I don't know. The flamers are just, are they, you don't have to roll to hit anymore? Is that it? They get, like, X amount of hits?
Get X amount of hits.
Yeah.
Largely they're D6 hits now.
I think it's like D6
per
hits.
gun.
They get X amount of shots, and then D6 hits or whatever for flamers. So they throw a lot of dice, but they don't have AP, right? Heavy flamers are AP 1, maybe?
Correct.
Yeah, so it's just a lot of dice. So it works against, like, toughness 4 dudes. I guess it would work a lot against like Imperial Guard and maybe Eldar or something.
Yeah, I mean Eldar just
stuff with bad saves and low toughness, right?
My ride is here, so I have to go.
Bye, Schlebby.
Schlebby, have a wonderful weekend.
I will.
Indeed.
You will be missed.
I concur. Have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you.
Go out and convince Ruben to come sit with us.
Okay, I'll go bring Ruben in.
See ya.
Gather a Reuben.
Have a good weekend.
Say bye, Shelby, everybody.
Weekend.
You're only doing the flamethrower because it's Marines, but yeah, knowing that, I'd swap it with the 75 mil if house rules say it's too cheesy. Yeah, the flamethrowers on tanks are almost something that most people won't allow. Like is it called the alligator or the crocodile? The Churchill variant that has the flamethrower on it. And then there are some tanks that have like flamethrowers on both of the side cheeks of the tank, so you get 2 heavy flamethrowers. Yeah, it just gets stupid. Right? Because fire causes pinning checks instantly, and so it can cause really bad things to happen. Like brand new units can just run. Because bolt action is a game all about pinning. Because you can get pinned out of the game. You can, if you get pinned, I think it's double your, I forget what it is. Maybe it's pins equal to your starting unit value that the unit is considered to have fled. and flamethrowers cause a tremendous amount of pins. And so you can take a big unit of like vets and pin the crap out of them, and they just run. Because, you know, if you had a unit of like 5 vets, it can only take 5 or 6 pins before it flees the table. So, does pins go against their command stat, Malev? I don't know if it's command stat. I'd have to remember I have to go read the rules. I think it's about the amount of models you started the unit with. But I may be getting it confused with another game. There's a bunch of World War II games that I really like, and all of their morale works a little bit differently. Morale in World War II games is generally what it's all about, right? It's less about having to kill all the models and just pinning things out. You can pin it to where it just can't do anything, right? Bolt action is phenomenal, Malev. It is my favorite rule system ever for games. They have tried to take it and move it into Gates of Antares, which I think, didn't you tell me you were painting some stuff for Gates of Antares recently, Malev? Am I remembering wrong? But Beyond the Gates of Antares is kind of bolt action in space, but it doesn't play as well. It uses D10s, and there's enough changes to it that it's kind of, it's okay, though. It kind of shows you the way it works. But bolt action, it's just, I think the narrative of the pinning and everything works better there. You're big into Gates of Antares right now, collecting it from people who don't want to play a dead game? Yeah. Yep. Is it technically dead? Have they given up on it? Has Warlord stopped making it? One of my favorite worlds to play games in, and it's a shame because there aren't a whole lot of people involved in it right now, is that dystopian weird war scenario, right? So they call it Conflict 47 from Warlord. And they just got the full rights to Conflict 47 because there was another partner involved with it initially, I think. And so they, from what I've known, they're trying to revitalize Conflict 47. It's bolt action, but with like death rays and weird Tesla alien UFO technology. Like if the war had gone past 45, and what if the Germans really were, doing a cult and had UFO technology and stuff.
Oh, that's crazy.
And like the Germans have werebear units. Or not the Germans, the Russians have like werebears.
That's funny.
And the Russian secret weapon is like a big sound cannon. So their tanks have these huge sound cannons on them that like crush stuff. The Americans have heavy armor, and the British have like robots. The Germans have vampires, werewolves, zombies, and all sorts of crazy Tesla coil guns and stuff like that. I think the Americans have the Tesla coil gun, and the Germans have this weird UFO ray gun thing. So it's pretty cool.
Oh boy.
Warlord isn't producing it anymore. Okay, gotcha. It's being manufactured by Skytrex. Oh, okay. Rick Peasley and Tim Bancroft have put out a full version 2 of the game that is being supported in a community fashion. Oh, that's neat. Of Gates of Antares. The problem for me, and one of the things that I look at for most games, is how invested do I initially get in the look versus the narrative and how those two intertwine. Malifaux had a very unique look and narrative and was great gameplay. Nobody played it in my area, so it made it very difficult. So we painted a lot of it on stream, had a lot of fun with it, did some commissions for people, and had a lot of good times around Malifaux. But at some point in time, I stopped putting my own effort into it because there was no use, right? Jen painted some Malifaux. We had some fun in that world. I think that for me, the death knell was when they did the other side, which was the larger version of the game. And I was really hyped about that. They had like Titanic units, like big units, and I was really stoked. And then that just failed miserably right out of the gates. So I walked away from Malifaux. But it had the perfect, to me, maybe not perfect, but it had the same type of intertwining of narrative and models for me that 40K did, right? 40K, the storyline moves for me. I really enjoy the characterization of the world and the world building that they've done over the years. And then you have cool models and Space Marines and whatever, Xenos and Tyranids and whatever else you like. And you can then put that to, in your head and play on the tabletop, and that feels good. I haven't seen that. Like, Gates of Antares doesn't do that for me. The models are lackluster at best. The design of the rock guys was pretty cool, some of them, but the rest of the models were just they're just humans. It's hard to take a real sci-fi, like more of a near future ish. Infinity suffers the same thing, is that it's all very samey because it's all humans. Infinity has like the EI and the aliens that it does have, like the Shazvasti and things like that. So there are aliens there, the vegetable people, whatever they're called. But Toha, yeah. So you have some races in there, but by and large, they're just kind of nuanced humanoids. There's no Tyranids, right? There's no big, huge monstrosities kind of a thing. And I think that in order to get a large variation of people putting eyes on your game and to get a far reach, not that everything has to be 40K, not everything has to appeal to that crowd, but I think you need a bunch more variation, right? I think that fantasy by and large has a bunch more variation. I just don't know that it really pulls through with the narrative all the time, right? Fantasy to me has a lot more variability in its models and its visuals than sci-fi does, because you're not locked into the technology side of it. Magic can take whatever form you want, right? And so dragons and big monsters and all of that can exist in the world of fantasy. Sci-fi is a little more limited, although you can have some really good crossover stuff. But everybody's got a gun. And how different can you make guns? Everybody's got armor. How different can you make the armor? The technology limits sci-fi. So it's a weird world how it is, but sci-fi to me has some of the better narrative capabilities. And fantasy lacks in narrative and picks up in visual, so it's funny.
All right. I think I'm at a pretty good stopping point right now.
I have the Gates of Antares, like full games, rules, and everything, Malev. I might be able to dig up some stuff to send to you if you're interested. We've got two... Warlord sent us a bunch of stuff back in the day. We've got whatever their second 2-player release was. We have the first 2-player release, but a bunch of those models got given away on stream. But I know we have the hardback rulebook. Probably a bunch of dice and stuff like that.
You gonna stick around?
Are you ready? You about to get out of here?
Yeah, I've wrapped up most of the things on here. I want to do some decals before I do a ton more work.
Cool.
I'll finish it up sometime next week. Probably the first thing next week would be my guess.
The one thing you sort of enjoy about the full release of Gates of Antares, it contributed to its failure as a whole, but ironically, at the end of its life, I enjoy that it's complete and the game's rules expansions introduce a framework that allows you to just play with your toys in the range. Yeah. I played it a couple of times. They had a game called Warlords of Erewhon being nowhere, and that was a Rick Priestley homage not homage. He wrote the rule set, and I think Warlord was just paying homage to him and released it. But I don't think they knew what they had. They didn't know how big of a deal it could have been. It was a miniatures agnostic fantasy game that used a very bolt action Gates of Antares style rule set. It was fantastic. And they didn't ship enough rule books. And it was dead on arrival in most places. Or stores didn't back it enough. Maybe they had a lot of rule books, but stores didn't buy enough. I don't know. We had pre-orders for like 25 books at our store locally that we were all hyped about doing a Escalation League. I took all the hate miniatures and built my warband of Viking, crazy barbarian types out of the hate miniatures, and was super stoked, right? Because it basically just gave you rules for like chariots, right? Chariots do this. They have this stat line and do these things. But whatever you wanted to model as a chariot, you could. You could just say, this is my chariot. And you use that stat line. So you could take your own imagination and say, well, I don't have chariots. I have these big creatures that do like that. And so it's pretty funny. 40K and AOS have video game comparisons in the forms of Warcraft and not StarCraft. So for many people, you mean Dawn of War. So for many people, it's easier to cross over to it since they have similarities. Your Tau and painted to be the Pro Taus. Oh, okay. So you're saying that StarCraft is kind of, because it does have kind of the Tyranid, Space Marine, and Eldar kind of feel to it, that you can do that. Yeah, I can see that. I still don't believe that there's that much crossover. I know that for Warhammer there probably is, and that draws a lot of people towards it, but it still has to be something that you get emotionally attached to, right? Yeah, they're leaning into the 2000 AD stuff, shows that a lot. Well, and then John Stallard is traditionally more of a historic wargamer, right? And so a lot of their stuff is like the Black Powder or whatever it's. They're the ones that do the game that Matt's painting up, the Civil War, U.S. Civil War stuff. Mini Kai, what's going on? How are you? But Crasher, yeah, definitely. You know, being able to know the IP, or have the IP reflect to something close or similar to something that you hold very close, I guess is the way to say it, is a great way to get people involved, right? Because the comfort is there and the investment is easy, you know, both in time and money and you know, interest. Gates of Antares suffers from that. Yeah, the fiction and the art in the game Warlord was trying to sell are two different things. Automaton StarCraft started as a Warhammer. There was a game between Blizzard and Warhammer. It was not StarCraft, but yes. StarCraft was what evolved out of them losing the IP for 40K.
So did they originally have access to that?
There was a plan in place for Blizzard and Games Workshop to do some stuff.
Oh, okay.
And when it fell apart, StarCraft
Became a thing.
became the game that Blizzard decided to do, that supposedly used a lot of most magic. Yuck, Protoss are the Eldar version? I mean, am I wrong? That's what it was. The Tau didn't exist. It was Eldar. It was Eldar, Tyranids, and Space Marines.
Yeah. Yeah, 100% Protoss and Eldar are...
Yeah, because they're like psychic, weird fish alien type things.
Yep.
The Eldar aren't fish, but... Doing well. Just finished moving into the new apartment. Minikai, awesome. Saving almost $1,000 a month. Holy hell, that's awesome.
Gosh.
Are you kidding me? Where did you do this? That's awesome. Spread the love. Everybody in chat wants to know how to save $1,000 a month on rent.
Let me know.
Sure.
That sounds great.
Unless you moved under a bridge, that's a good deal.
About to burn a whole paycheck on rent.
A lot of the art looks like not 40K. Oh, for Beyond the Gates of Antares? Oh yeah, because the gates are, it's a totally different type of sci-fi, right? It's more like The Expanse than anything. And yet it does have kind of that feel of very, you know, sci-fi alien stuff when it really isn't in the narrative. There were some neat Gates of Antares podcasts when it was first gaining a little bit of traction, and I was listening to them, and I really enjoyed it. I had the game, was painting the game on stream way back in the day, and I remember we did a how to paint units quickly broadcast on the stream, and we painted the whatever the normal humans with the drones, the flying drones are from the 2-player starter set, and I painted up a bunch of those, like 10 of those guys. I still have them around here someplace. We literally base coat, wash, highlight, and put some basing terrain on them and got them done up. And then we did a bunch of giveaways with the Warlord and gave away a bunch of those models and stuff. This is like 2016, 2017. And, but it was very odd that the game and the way it was put together visually and the way that it was really done in the narrative didn't really match. And at the end of the day, it was really just an extension of the bolt action rule set into the D10 world. And it worked okay, but I always found myself wanting to go back and play bolt action.
Hey Slovic, how's it going? Glad to hear you got Noosh. That's awesome.
Crasher, you have that emotional connection. Playing StarCraft as a kid, you got into building Gundams a few years back, but it felt lacking. I enjoyed the building and painting, but Gundam had no playability. So I transitioned into Warhammer to fill that void. Yeah, right? And I think that's the thing, is that there's a familiarity in so much, right? Whether it's the same thing or not is irrelevant. Like Gundam is a good example. Gundam feels like the old Godaiken style, you know, Bandai robots and things that I grew up with as a kid that was like Mazinger Z or whatever it was called, right? the big, flying the robots that shot their fists off, right? We had those toys. They were big, like 14-inch monstrosity toys when we were kids. And then, Gundam was just like the holy hell. Look at what that's become, spiky bits everywhere and lots of articulation and things beyond it. And so that was super cool. But building of Gundam, I'm right there with you. I did a few of them, and it's like, meh, I get it. It's for a scale model builder or something like that. The precision of putting them together and what you get at the end of it at this full, like, manufactured, toy is really neat. But for me, I had already, by that point in my life, I had already touched BattleTech. And, one of the first miniature combat games that really spoke to me, and had played BattleTech and Starfleet Battles and D&D and these things. And I was like, the things I spend my time on, in that case, painting, because most of the BattleTech minis at that point came either in one piece or you glued some legs together or whatever. They're all metal too, which is horrible. But, you'd paint those up and you'd go along that line, and you had something you could do with them. There was a goal for putting it together, not just putting it on a shelf, which is why scale modeling resonated with me as a kid, putting it together and getting to the conclusion of having the thing look very good. But what happened to me, and it may sound funny, is that when I got older and I was very proficient at putting the models together and very proficient at building the dioramas and was getting awards and was being able to do commission pieces, it fell off in its interest for me because there was no goal anymore, right? Miniatures, for me, there's always a goal. Because I'm making a unit of dudes. I'm painting an army to look a certain way, or I'm painting a unit to look a certain way, or you're painting a tank to look a certain way, knowing that you could also go put it on the table. So painting 47 battle mechs in a couple of weeks is because now I have 47 battle mechs that any of us could go grab and roll dice and have fun with. And that lasts beyond putting it on the shelf and letting it gather dust. Now, that being said, they're on a shelf gathering dust, because the idea of playing is what drives me, not the actual playing all the time, right? So I obviously have way more miniatures and way more aspirations to paint them than I ever do time to play them. But I think it's just the idea that you could. I also have more video games in my Steam library than I've ever played. I've never played most of them, but the idea of playing that game when it was $3.99 on the summer sale was great.
Yep.
I never opened it.
But the nice thing is,
I went through. I don't even install half of them.
Yeah.
But they were $3.99.
One day you'll get around to it, maybe.
But same thing, right?
Yeah.
Have you posted pics of all your mechs, Cantankerous? I mean, we did them live on stream, so people have seen them, but I have not. I posted like a wide-angle shot of all of them at one point, but not individually. I still have to finish basing some of them. You'll get to those games one day, before the sun burns out. You can split if you want to.
Yeah,
I'll sit here and chat and shut it down.
I gotta head out, but
I'll stay here and.
Do you want me to put it full screen for you?
Does the chair go full screen?
I believe it does.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
What?
I was able to do it the other day.
I will sit here and chat with you people if you're down.
I gotta go meet up with Kyle to play a game.
What are y'all playing?
Horse Heresy.
Here?
No. Old World.
It is game night. Why are you not playing here?
That's a question for Kyle.
Ah, boy, that's a bad answer.
I don't know.
Jason was struck by the holy mech ghost and painted like 46 mechs in a few weeks. Yeah, we wanted to do the whole build my whole battalion, right? So it's like I've got 4 companies and a drop ship that we painted up.
This one worked the other day. It made it really, really big.
Maybe it's only on one player. Go to one painter, main, and then try to go big chair. Nope.
Oh, weird. Would it be... Put you back on really quick.
I don't think so. Chair's full. Holy mackerel.
There you go.
Look at that. Now we got to change it to only chatting, only fans, general chat, and hot tub stream.
Yeah, I don't think we have a single version of this, but we do have this one.
We got it all.
All right. Chat. Love you dearly.
Don't say goodbye to Baby J because he's going to play games on game night at someplace else.
I know.
Slavic says, what you got there? This is the remote for the TV. I'm reading chat on our big TV here. In front of the comfy chairs is a big screen TV.
Bye, everyone.
Take it easy, man. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, you too.
Dude, these chairs are amazingly comfy. Like, not even gonna lie. Not even gonna lie. These are the best chairs ever.
Best $300 I've ever seen.
On each. Yeah,
Yeah.
they were good.
Are you gonna be here tomorrow?
No.
Okay.
Maybe. Why?
I was just curious if I could potentially come down and paint for a little while.
Text me and see if I'm here.
Okay, I'll message
I don't have a plan to right now, but I might come help Jen fill orders.
you. Oh, okay.
Mini Kai, you've never played a match? Later, Trader J. Trader J. Oh, that's really good, dude. Trader J.
No, it's happened.
Trader J.
Oh no. My betrayal is.
Found out.
Oh,
Well, we knew you were a heretic and a traitor all along. So
that's true.
paint some more Icemen, says CF Bunny. I just saw tears explode from his face, Bunny. You win.
It's kind of accurate.
Max Styles got your fluoro paints yesterday. You said flower paints. I was like, got my flower paints. I know what you meant though. Gonna try them out this weekend. Nice. You're gonna enjoy them. We're already seeing people get them in their hands, and the feedback is being really good. So we're stoked to see it. Mini Kai ended up trashing most of your minis as they didn't survive the move. So back to the printer you go. Oh, were they all 3D printed minis that you brought in the move, and they got bummed up? 3D printed minis are still not the best thing in the world. They're great. They're still brittle. No matter what you print them out of and how many people you see drop them on the floor, still not the same. No longer Baby John. Now there's only traders. I don't know. It's like like if Baby J's going to go play with Kyle at the game store, I'm like, that's great. Go support our partners because it's one of the game stores that sells our stuff here locally. I'm like, but you're not here, so I hope both of you lose. They're playing against each other, though. I don't know what to say. Well, it's like, I'm not going to stick around with this crowd. Your fluoros come Monday. Nice. You're making a proxy Tau army. There was somebody that, what were they called? I forget what her name is. It's a person that made some really good proxy Tau models. We had a local guy who played in our 40K slow grow league that I did the narrative campaign for, and he was doing Tau, and he was printing out these proxy models from, I forget who it was. They're pretty well known. They have 4 arms. Nice. $20 in resin, full army. Yeah. 2-player game. One gets tabled, but gets enough points for the win anyway. Yeah, but to see Slavic, somebody still has to win. And they're both traders. They shouldn't win. One-page rules. Da Vinci Tau proxies look fantastic. There was a company out there that did some proxy Tyranids I saw recently, and I can't remember who it was, but they were like mechanical Tyranids. They were bitching. Send Jen down to be player 3. You know how little Jen wants to play miniature games? For being the head of a hobby company like Monument Hobbies, she loves to paint, right? She loves the miniatures and the painting part. But as soon as you say you're supposed to use these in games, she just glazes over. She's like, no. She's played, I think we determined the other day, she's played 3 games. She's played Malifaux once, right? So she's done a game of Malifaux. She's done Monster Apocalypse, and she's done Arena Rex. And she's won all 3 games, right? She beat me at all 3 games. And never wants to play again. Like, I can't sit here and honestly tell you that I have any idea in my head how we could convince Jen to play a miniatures game. I don't know. She'll play ours when we come out with it because she has to. But even then, I feel like it'll be tough. The Deadpool on a rainbow unicorn might be the kicker. I don't know, though. I don't know. She's very adamant about the fact that she likes games and she likes playing games, but her games need to be very much like her favorite thing is like crossword puzzles. They need to be very low key instruction wise. They need to be so simple that she never has to think about the rules and always knows how to play. Right? The crossword puzzle. Right? You always know how to play the crossword puzzle. And so that's the way a miniature game would need to be. It would need to be so straightforward that she just didn't even have to think about it. Like it could go 6 months from now, she could come back and play and know exactly what to do. That's why she doesn't play these games. Because she doesn't want to spend any time having to remember the rules. And definitely as soon as you tell her, oh, you have a new army book, her head would explode. She'd be done. Jen would literally be done. She'd be like, I quit. Creating a game just so your wife has to play a game with you. We're not married. She has not proposed to me yet. So, Clarktron, it isn't quite there. But yeah. But we're not creating the game for Jen. Hell no. We're making it for us. We're making it for us. By the way, our first game goes to production. Well, it may not go to production next week, but it goes to production very soon because we have to send the deposit to the factory. But the PO gets placed on Monday. And we'll generate the first payment wire. So our game should go into production in December. Woohoo! Woohoo! We hope to have advanced copies out to people in January. So reviewers and people like that will start seeing the game in January-ish, maybe, prior to Chinese New Year for sure. And then we hope to launch in first quarter. I don't know when. We have to see how all the review copies and things go, but then that game will be out. And definitely by Adepticon. We'll have copies at Adepticon, and we'll have a portion of our booth at Adepticon that'll have at least one demo table set up. That's going to be a lot of fun. So we got that going. That's exciting for those of you that have been following along with us for a long time. We have opened up a game division. We have like I said, our first game is going to production. We will be doing a Kickstarter with it, but that Kickstarter will simply be to advance sell or to. It's not even really advance sell. I don't think. I mean, maybe. If we sell more than we've made, then it becomes an advanced sell and a pre-order. But it will be just I don't know what would you even call that, gang? Like, I don't even know what to call it the way we're doing it. The Slavic, the first game we're doing is a card battler. It's not miniatures focused. It does have miniatures. The first 3 of those miniatures, we have the sculpts done. We're doing 9 miniatures, 9 or 12, 9. 9 miniatures with the base game that you can purchase separately that will be part of the Kickstarter. We hope to have at least 3 of those done and in production and physical on site. And then the other 6, depending on how it all goes, we may have those being produced during the Kickstarter and see how those go. Because those are going to be just kind of like the stretch goal things. But the miniatures are all 75 millimeter, kind of more cool art miniatures. Really neat though. The sculpts are fantastic so far. The first one, the characters in this game are basically how would you put it? They're like mythological characters, beasts and jinn and things like that exist in another dimension, so to speak, right? And then there is a blending or crashing of these dimensions together, and now they can kind of filter through. And then there are shepherds in our reality, and our shepherds have the ability to commune and talk with these beasts and demons and angels and things to work together with them to try to achieve goals. And of course, that's where the fighting comes in. So it's 2 shepherds, you and your opponent, who are able to commune with these creatures and pit them against each other in a very Tekken tag, right? It's like a pick 2 fighters and fight, so like Super Smash Bros. And things like that. And you can tag your creatures in and out, right? So one's fighting and the other one's supporting, and then you can tag them back and forth as you need. As the one who's fighting takes damage, you can tag the other one in. The defending one or the support one can help block damage for the one that's fighting. They all have 4 abilities basically, and you get to pick from a grouping in the base game. Each of the characters comes with 6 abilities, and you can pick 4 of those to go to play with. So it gives you some variability on your things. There's 9 base characters, each with 6 abilities. There's artifacts that you can put on your characters to give them like extra health or make them hit for extra damage. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's a really fast playing game. I mean, once you get the rules down, you play it in 20 minutes, 30 minutes tops. So it can be played like a best 2 out of 3. You can play it in draft mode to where you can draft your cards. You can draft all of from the pile of, like I said, in the base game, it comes with 9 of these characters. So you can draft from the 9 characters to pull your pair, and you play with 2. And then we'll have expansion packs for more of the creatures and characters that will come out. And you can play with the models, but the models don't have anything other than to represent who's fighting and who's supporting. So you don't have to. There's no strategic placement type things, but it's a lot of fun. Jin's in the game. DJINN is the Jin I was mentioning, but Jin could be in the game, sure. But I mean, okay. Reserved purchases, maybe, Slavic. That's probably a good one, right? Tabletop game of the monument staff fighting with paint. Yes. Fighting with paint. It's paint bottles versus humans. No. We have a Super Smash Bros. And a card game that's intriguing. So pick 2 of 9 fighters and give each 4 of 6 abilities with artifacts to add. Correct. You got it. You got it. And then lots and lots of expansions with more characters that you can add to the base game. There's basically 9 different creature types, and you get 1 of each base type in the base game. And then there are in the first expansion, there are, I want to say 6. Is that right? 6? 6 characters that are hybrids. So they share 2 creature types. And then, of course, there's myriads of things we can do from there. The developer of the game is a friend of mine, local guy who develops video games. And because he is like me and is constantly thinking about creative stuff, he doesn't sleep much. When he gets done with his video game job, then he has always wanted to make tabletop games. I met him playing War Machine, and so he made this game, and they've been playtesting it for a couple of years. And we just sat down at dinner one night, and I said, "Let me publish your game," and he was like, "Let's do it." So we're doing it. So we made a whole game division, and it's gonna be great. Gonna do more than 1v1 player rule sets. Yeah, we would have the ability to play like multiplayer if you wanted to, for sure. There's no reason why you can't. The game board is only built for 2 players, but there's no reason why you couldn't add in another 2. I think that at best you would be 4-player head-to-head, not 2v2. Although I guess you could play it 2v2 if you wanted. But, you know, with the way the rules are written, there's nothing that limits you doing that. I think it would be a lot more fun doing, you know, like Commander-style 1v1v1, right? So that you could always pick out of the 4 characters, if you were playing with 4 people, the 4 characters that are in the ring. There is no ring, but who are in the ring fighting, you know, that you could choose to direct your attacks towards whichever one you wanted, right? I think it would be a lot of fun. Characters generally have around, I don't know, I think the max is 35 health, and, you know, you can do upwards of 9 damage and attack, max kind of range, to give you a feel for how quick, you know, time to kill is. There's not a lot of healing. It's not meant to be a long, drawn-out game. It's really meant to be a game where you just beat the crap out of each other. And it has, like, battlefield things that happen. So there's battlefield states, and there's goals every round, every fighting round. So we basically, you choose who your fighter in the ring is for that round, and then you choose what ability that fighter is going to use. And you don't have to divulge it, right? Because each ability card generally has 2 abilities on it. Not all of them do. And you just say, I'm going to do one of the abilities on this card, and your opponent knows you're going to pick one of those 2, and then your opponent has to choose what both of his characters are doing, both in attack and defense, and has to reveal everything. And then it goes back to the person with initiative, and the person with initiative, after seeing what your opponent has chosen to do, gets to choose what your support character is going to do. So you have to declare first with initiative, then your opponent has to declare everything, and then you get to declare your second and show specifics. So it has some tactical basis on how you can kind of rope a dope and pull people in. It's a lot of fun. It really is a fun game. And I think with the miniatures on there, it will make it really more absorbing for those of us that like miniatures, of course. But the miniatures are more just for visual. The second game we're looking at doing is very similar in context. It is also heavily card-based characters, but we're going to have models for a specific unit in the game that represents you as the player. So you'll be able to choose a model that represents your personality in the game, and then you field a team that plays against the opponent's team and beat each other up. That one's fun too. These are just really, we're starting out with these games because number one, they're good, they're fun, they're fast to play, and it kind of seals us into the world of game developers so that we can see some successes, get people used to the name as developing games and doing things like that. And then we'll start doing bigger stuff. Interesting levers to pull in a card battler does sound like a fun game. Yeah, it's just really quick. You know, it's in a 9x12 box. You can sling it in your backpack, go play it with friends. Our target for it is $34, $34.99. So, you know, sub $35. Well, sub by a penny, about $35. Starter 9 fighters. How much do you think getting advanced or expansion decks are going to affect the power level of your deck? Not much. Not much. Do you think referencing past successes of games on the newest a good tactic? What do you mean? Austino, help me understand what you're saying. Do you think referencing past successes of games on the newest a good tactic for marketing? So like when you release a new game saying that you've had successful games in the past, I think that's more of just people getting used to you. From my perspective, it's not as much of direct marketing as it is people just trusting what you do, right? Oh, yeah. Like the creators of Finding Nemo made another movie, and it's, well, Finding Nemo was good. I think that, yeah, you're judged on your previous work a lot of times when you're trying to reflect a piece of work to someone. Not always. A lot of people would want to buy because the quality of the work itself, right? But in things that you don't get to see all of the quality without buying and opening the box, that's tougher, right? So video games, you know, back in the day when you got video games were getting expensive, you used to get, like, PC Gamer would send you a CD-ROM in the magazine when you got it, or you'd buy it at the store, and you'd buy it mainly for the demo CD-ROM. It would have, like, maybe one cheap full game on it, and then a demo of, like, Tomb Raider. You know, and you put it in, you play some Tomb Raider to see what it was about before you bought it. I think the try before you buy aspect is kind of what we're alluding to. You get to read about the reviews. You know, like going to a restaurant for the first time, do you read the reviews or do you just go blind? I know people that do both. You know, they're just like, I trust myself more than reviews. That's fine. But I do believe that, yeah, leaning on your previous successes is probably a good thing. We want to make sure that before we try to take a big product into the market, that we have some successes to show you that we know what we're doing. That it's, you know, it's like when we released any of our products at Monument Hobbies, you know, when we do paints, right? The reason we can release a product like our fluorescence and people are like, why should I buy your fluorescence against anybody else's? It's like, well, you've tried our other paints. The quality of all of our other paints is embedded into what we do in the future too. And so if you're like, man, I've loved everything Monument Hobbies has made, I'm going to give this a try, you won't be disappointed. Then it allows you to make the decision based on whether or not you would use said product. And if it meets a need in your arsenal of tools versus, oh, I don't know, man, you know, I don't know if I'd buy that from them. You know, because admittedly, we're a hobby supply company. Now, we're all gamers, and we've been playing games for a long time, but that doesn't mean anything until I can really show you that, hey, we know how to make a good game. We can make a game that's fun. And if it's fun and you enjoy it, then we make another game, and you might look at us the next time you want a game for your game night with your buddies and your family. You know, and that's all we're really looking for. Is it important to demo at cons, just like sell your paints? I would think so. I think, again, right, it's the try before you buy. If I can show you how much fun it is in a short time at a convention, then that's an instantaneous note in your brain as to, yes, when I have the funds or when I'm in the market the next time, I'll buy that. You know, or sell it right there if it's at a place like Gen Con, right, or Adepticon. So, yeah, I think that has a lot of value. I believe that I would rather be able to, in a perfect world, fly around and show everybody the game or let you touch it and feel it before you pay for it. Just because I'm all about the responsibility of the manufacturer in that relationship is equal to the purchaser, right? I don't just get the freedom of telling you, look, there's something new, spend money on it. You get it, and then we're done. I want to make something that you really enjoy, and I feel like I'm on the hook for that, right? I want to make a thing, whether it's a bottle of paint or a game or a miniature or whatever it is that we're making. I want to be able to make something that you walk away feeling better for having gone into a relationship with me as a provider, right? I don't think that it ends at the point where your money's in the cash register is not when our relationship ends. We hope that our relationship doesn't end with our customers. You want people to be around and remember you the next time they want to be involved in this too. If somebody were to paint miniatures now and then, have a baby and stop painting miniatures for a few years while they're raising their child and going through that part of their life. And then when they get to a point where their kid's off in school and they want to find the hobby again, we'd like for them to say, oh, what about Monument Hobbies? Do they still make Pro Acryl? And go look us up. That's kind of the relationship you wish. For me, that's the holy grail. And so it goes to games and everything we do. We'd want to, I remember playing a game from those guys. It was great. Would be great. Then the onus is, then the responsibility is on me to make the product that makes you think that way. And that's a big stressor for people, right? A lot of people just resell stuff from that they didn't really make. And so it makes it very tough sometimes for you to have that confidence. But that's what we try to go beyond in. More specifically, if a game is bad, that can hurt your reputation more than a good one. I feel like it resets the clock for sure. Right? It's like the meme. It's like, it's like reset the clock, right? The Pacific Rim meme. For things like in our hobby where it's not like life support systems, like if I was making a heart monitor that failed, we'd probably be out of business. If we make a game that isn't as fun as people hoped, as long as we can learn from that as a business and learn what we should be doing to make games that people really want, then I think the community would give you another chance. But you're right. I don't know how many chances you have. Right, I think you guide your own destiny on that and how you deal with your customer base. Do you fix it? Can you fix it? I go back to video games because that's something that everybody pretty much knows or has touched and felt. And, with a video game, it's much easier to correct it. With a board game, it's very hard because you have something physical and I can't get you, right? I can't get you a fix as easy as I can send an update through Steam, right? If you buy my video game and my video game sucks, because it has bad desync and it has frame lag because it's not optimized, I can fix the code in the background and put an update out that works. Look at No Man's Sky, horrible, dead on arrival kind of game for the expectations it set, but they spent years with the community building that reputation back up, and now they have a great game. Not everybody does it that way though, right? And so not everybody deserves to be able to fix it if they don't handle it the way that the devs do for something like No Man's Sky. They communicated and they kept people up to date. So I would hope that if we were to deliver I don't want to say a steaming pile of crap, but if you deliver a steaming pile of crap and it was not on purpose, maybe you just missed the mark, maybe for whatever reason, as long as you communicate with your community and say, we're going to update this and make it better, then I think there's a lot of opportunity to correct things. In the world of physicalized product, that's tough to do because, of course, there's a cost associated with reprinting things and then mailing them out to people again. But if it was like a slip up in a instruction book, because somehow it got printed every other page upside down and the experience was bad, I could issue a PDF that was correct to people instantaneously. So there are certain fixes. So it's a good question, right? Because if you make a bad game, it can hurt your reputation. I think if you make 2 bad games or if you make 3 bad games, that hurts your reputation more than 1. I think 1, our community is forgiving enough that if they see you doing good things, you can correct and course correct from that. 2, and it starts being iffy. 3, you probably shouldn't be making games, right? People would just be like, no, I don't buy games from them. They don't know what they're doing. Wadtomaton says, I really wish as a society we could get rid of the idea. Right? I'm with you, dude. I am right there with you. I have constantly fought with people because I'm like, how much do you want to charge? $16. honestly, here what we do for our pricing, not that you're asking, but for our pricing is we look at the cost of raw materials for a product that we manufacture. We look at labor and how many touches people have to do on that. Like, is it something that we have to package multiple times to put it in a box to send to people or whatever? And then we get our full cost in and we say, what do we need to make on it to be able to make it again tomorrow? And we come up with a price. And you'll see on some of our products, it's like $16.25. That's probably means it was either $16.23 or $16.27. Whenever the math got done, and I said make it $16.25. But people tell me all the time, they're like, no, it should be $15.99, and I'm like, no, I won't do that. And I won't make it $16.99 because you tell me that's the way to do it either. I don't know who did all that, and I don't care. We'll make it $16.25. If we sell less of them because people need to be fooled into thinking it was a better value, whatever. We don't worry about it. On the game side, we've been different because, again, it's a new world for us. So we look at games, and a lot of that game speak is like that. So, again, I've had that conversation, and people are like, make it $34.99. And I'm like, ugh. But you might be surprised when it comes out, it might be $32. Just like $32 flat. I don't care. At some point in time, we're going to make it the best value we can and still make our money on it, and we'll just price it the way it is. I'm not going to go to a 99-cent marker. It's not like there's not a global tax that rounds that to, $35.50 when you pay taxes on it or whatever. So there's no real math there. Makes sense if you can't build good minis as display for a card game or skirmish troops. How can you be expected to create the minis for a bigger war game? Yeah. Well, that's another reason why we're trying to release this out in stages, so we make a fun game and we can include some minis so that we can really do what our core business is, which is paint cool minis and sell paint for cool minis. And these minis are going to be cool. And then, we've been testing things out, like the big rhino that you've seen me painting. If you haven't, Slavic, there's a big rhino with a railgun model that I had painted a while back, and that was one of our test models. And so we go through these processes where we're trying to learn in the background at a pace that allows us to get good before making promises to you guys and learning with you. Because I'm a big fan of not making you guys the test dummy, right? You didn't vote to be a crash test dummy for us, so why would I make you one, right?
Just throw back my legs and pollute my britches with delight.
Spitfire, thank you so much. I've always hated that with video games. Like, why am I the alpha bait? Why am I doing this for you and not getting paid? And then, of course, I play Star Citizen, so I'm a hypocrite. But the reality is I don't, unless I know I'm going into it with that in mind, I don't want to be given something that's kind of half-baked if I can avoid it. And so I don't want to give you that. And so that's why we're doing all that. So you'll see us be making miniatures in the background as we learn all of those processes and figure out where Monument Hobbies stands in our production and how we can bring the best quality for the best price like we do with everything else before we launch it in a big way. Yeah, for sure. Now we're in a relationship? Deadbeat, yes. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. Drives you nuts nowadays is companies releasing games half-baked and then not fixing it for a year and acting like they're giving you a big update or expansion when they actually fix it. Yeah, when they give you what you paid for. That's what we'd like to avoid, right? I mean, board games, it's harder to do, right? Video games is really where that world exists, but yes, I hear you. Yeah, that's where that comes from, right? Is that the $49.99? Well, at least it's not $50. It's just weird, right? It's just like I look at it and I go, "That's $50." Spitfire says, "Thanks for helping me learn and showing me cool stuff, dude. I will continue to help you learn and show you cooler stuff any chance I get. Thank you for hanging out with us, being a part of our awesome community." Goes to Solar Railgun. It's so good, right? On a rhino, on a larger than life upright bipedal rhino. Fan. Cool minis and nah. I like all the pictures of people showing the Black Friday deal tag being the same as the previous week's price. That's why we don't do sales, man. If you've ever been here for our talk on that, I'm old school. I'm like, if you can afford to do a sale, just mark the price down on the product. If you sell a $50 product and on Black Friday you sell it for $25, just make it $35 all year round. You'll sell more, and build better relationships with your customers, right? Because when I was growing up, it was funny. I would always ask my dad, like, didn't that same carpet store go out of business last month? And my dad would always laugh. He's like, yep. I'm like, why do they have a going out of business sale every month? He goes, well, that's just their marketing, They're not really going out of business. They'll go out of business if they don't have this sale, maybe, but they're not going out of business. But back in the day, that's what people did. I think there's been legal changes on what language you can use to do that, but somebody needs to tell the cheap Chinese knockoff clothing companies that, right? Because on my Facebook feed, I always get those ads too that says we're having to shut down the company forever, and I'm like, nobody's ever heard of your company. What are you even talking about? Like you weren't even a company until yesterday, and you're already shutting down. But that's just their way of the FOMO of, are you missing out on that best price kind of deal? And it dates back to, like I said, in the 70s, me asking my dad, why is this company going out of business every month? From then on out, I was like, that seems stupid. Why would you do that? The best way to sell games is to make a really good game. Sure. Pricing factors into it, but the quality is the important thing. Definitely quality is the important thing, but how do you know that? I mean, no, not how do you know that. Sounds wrong. I know that quality is the important thing. How do you know what quality is? Because it's so subjective at any given time, right? Especially in the world we live in now, making anything is really risky if it's a subjective product. And you could say that most products are. I would say like toilet paper, less subjective. It's more objective. Is it 2-ply and doesn't tear your butt up when you wipe? Then it's probably okay. Peanut butter, is more objective. You either like peanut butter or you don't. And then once you've gotten your peanut butter, it can still be some subjective, but less room to play. When you're saying, hey, let's create a game, how do you know what people like? I don't know. On the internet, the trend changes every 15 minutes. So what are people into today? I don't even know. How do you even know? It's like I can't imagine being a movie maker right now. Like, what movie do you even make? You'd think you'd make a superhero movie, but you get roasted. What are the trends change so fast, right? So I agree with you, make good product. But, if it's a super subjective thing, like, hey, we made a good game and a lot of people really liked it, but some people didn't, then what do you do? Corvus Belli still makes Infinity, and Infinity doesn't have the player base it used to, but it has a very rabid player base for those people that do still play it, right? So I don't know that you could ask everybody, why don't you play Infinity? And people could say, because it sucks. Well, that's not true, right? It's a good game. And they've done a lot of effort and poured a lot of heart and soul into that game to keep it running and to keep it good and to listen to the community when they say there's play problems, because like anything, a meta evolves that blows your rules writing away, right? And makes it to where the rules you wrote that you thought were great wind up sucking for half the people because the meta chasers created a game that you didn't make, right? I didn't intend for my game to only be played with tags, or I didn't intend for 40K to only be played with, spamming vehicles, so then you have to go into rules rewrites and things like that. And so is it ever perfect? No. Are you reaching more people with pleasure than with pain? That's your hope, right? So yeah, make a game. Around here, all we can do is make games we like to play. Make paints we like to paint with, and just pray. I always joke that I am so surprised, maybe not a great word, but I'm always elated that people have liked our crazy idea with Pro Acryl as much as they have, because really we just kind of made the paint I wanted to paint with. Me, Jason, I wanted to paint with a particular paint that was like this, and so we made it. Right? We showed it to you on stream. You started buying the white, and then we started making all the other colors, and boom, right? Now we have a full paint line that is the paint I want to paint with. And as we paint and do modeling and stuff, people are like, yeah, because paint's complete. All tools are subjective, right? And we say that all the time. So we are always just very thankful that you guys and gals have looked at our crazy ideas and said, oh, you know what? We're the same kind of crazy, or we're similar enough in our crazy. So all we hope with our games is that there are enough similar people with the similar type of crazy going on in their lives that they, they'll see what we see in the game. Is there going to a spinoff to Monument Games? It won't be called Monument Games, but we do have a game design studio built in here at the office. Yeah, it'll be a separate company technically, right? With its own. Basically, think of it like this: we're starting a company that's going to make games, and Monument Hobbies, as a hobby supplier, is going to distribute the games for that company. So you'll buy all the games through the Monument Hobbies site, but the developer will not be Monument Hobbies. And that's really so that we can go out without the Hobbies name. And unfortunately, there's already Monument Games. There's a company that made like phone games that had the Monument Studios or Monument Games or something like that. So that space for that name is kind of eaten up, but also because we want to be able to do different types of marketing and things like that with it that fit for games that was to carry on the way we look at our products, but not have to be beholden to the way that we talk about things here at Monument Hobbies all the time. Are the new nippers coming out soon? Next week, I hope. Wad. They were supposed to be out Black Friday, but they didn't make it, so hopefully next week. Spitfire. 7 months, 7 stream watch streak. Isn't 7 supposed to be lucky? I think so. You should go buy a lotto ticket for sure. It has to be something really special for you to buy into early access, Deadbeat. Oh, same for me. That's why the only thing that I'm in early access for that I wasn't given in my old stream days is Star Citizen. And even then, my first Star Citizen pack was given to me. But by a viewer, not by the company. That's their secret. Just change a name, and it's a whole new company. When Baldur's Gate came out, but then all the other developers were like, don't compare us to this. Like, actually, yes, I will. Get better or get bankrupt. I'm a fan, man. Make better products, or why are you here? In any industry. I don't care what you are. And I, we talk about it all the time. Like, why do we see companies, whether it's peanut butter, toilet paper, video games, whatever, why do we see companies that their quality goes down so badly? And that's a whole, like, we should do a whole podcast series on that where I sit in the comfy chair and we just discuss this crud, because that could be everything from change of people. In the video game industry, a lot of big developers, once they see success, go open their own studios. So now the original studio is lesser and has to continue to try to find new people with the same ability to create cool stuff, and that can hurt. Sometimes it's culture, right? Sometimes again your company sees successes and then the culture changes because there's money. It's a shame to say, but money can corrupt at that point. It can corrupt, maybe not the word, because corrupt sounds like criminal, but it can kind of infiltrate and change the culture, the mindset of individuals and companies. And so if you get to the point where you stop remembering what got you there, then you stop getting there, right? How do you make a movie that doesn't get you canceled? It's all about attracting the consumer goblin brains to whatever stuff you're selling. Well, I mean, I don't know what you mean by goblin brains, but, that has kind of a negative connotation to it when I read it. I think that you need to make things that people want in a way that, for us at least, as Monument, we want to make products that you want and that we deliver value in, so that when you get them, they meet your expectations for why you wanted them, right? It really affects us whenever somebody is like, hey, I bought this thing and it wasn't exactly what I wanted. I'd heard such great stuff about your things and I can't get it to work, yada, yada, yada. And so we work very hard through customer service with those people to find out what it is. Usually it's the paint's not doing what they want the paint to do. And so we'll work with them to make the paint work. And if we can't, then we'll give them a refund and we'll take the stuff back and part ways. And we'll say, really sorry that, our product didn't fit the way you paint. I can't be everything to everybody. The thing is to try to be what people expect you to be in their own situations. And that's tough. But you got to keep doing it. That's the thing. That's the kind of holy grail we hold for ourselves. Just do that, right? And it changes every day. It's like, what do people want? We just released Noosh, and people are going to get Noosh. And it's funny because we sold out of Noosh instantaneously. Like, Noosh sold out within 3 days. I think it sold out in 2, right? That is the largest sale of any single type of product that we've done since we released the paint. So bigger than go bags, bigger than tools, bigger than everything that we've made. Noosh blew our minds. I was like, Noosh won't gain any traction until we've shown people how to use it for 6 months. That was my thinking. So we made enough to get us a big chunk of production done, thousands of bottles. And then we said, we'll release it, and we don't have an expectation of it all to sell. We'll release some videos showing people in-depth ways to use it. We'll answer questions on stream. We'll show lots of photos of models out in the world, and we'll do advertising. And then over the next 6 months, we assume it'll start ramping up, and we'll start ramping up production as it does. And then we sold out in 3 days, and now we're out of Noosh. So I felt really bad, but we had to make the video anyway, right? We had to put the video out there so that we could show the people that get it. So when you guys that are talking about getting your Noosh today and came yesterday and coming tomorrow, that when you do that, that you have a place you can go watch, in this case, watch me painting that dreadnought with Noosh, showing you how to use it. So you have a tool you can use, because Noosh is a scary product. It's new. It's something new the industry has not had before. It creates the effect of an oil wash. It does not work like an oil wash exactly. So we have a lot of oil wash people looking at it going, it was one guy on YouTube or person on YouTube that was like, oh, so basically just a worse oil wash. And I'm like, that's kind of a weird way to say that. If you don't like oil washes, then maybe this isn't for you. And it turned out they had never used an oil wash. They just said this looks like a worse version of something I hadn't used. So that's its own story. But, when you get down to it, it's like, if you know how to use oil washes, then Noosh is something that will allow you to achieve what you did with an oil wash in a little bit of a different way. Not 180 degrees out, very similar, but it's going to react a little bit differently, right? And so we wanted to get support out there for it. And it's a very scary time for us, because anytime we release something that's like that new, it's like, okay, release the hounds, customer service, answer new questions. So I got this stuff from you and it messed my model up, and we have to go through. So make the video and all that. Now the customer service is, I watched your video and the product's out of stock. And I'm like, we can't win. Like those small punk bands that will never be on the radio, but there's 75 guys in downtown Philly every Friday that will fist fight you if you besmirch their name. Exactly. I grew up in that scene. Nobody knew who Sick of It All was. I was an East Coast hardcore kid growing up. I played with those bands. I toured with those bands, right? Nobody knew who the band on my shirt was. Instead, these straight edge bands from Connecticut and Orange County, California, nobody knew who these people were. I had a shirt. There's a band that I grew up with that I loved called No for an Answer, and I had a bunch of No for an Answer t-shirts. I think about this because I just found a whole box of my old band t-shirts, which I found out are worth like a fortune, right? Because I got this box since we moved. Open it up. There was one of those plastic shove it under your bed bags to put clothes in, and it had all my old punk rock t-shirts in it. But it was a No for an Answer. I had these shirts that said on the back, all big back prints in the hardcore days, No for an Answer. And I remember people come up going, "What's the question?" and I'm like, duh, dude. It's just hilarious. But yeah, there's very tight knit small groups that will back a product or a band. Band is just a product, right? Jason, I have a random question for you. I've been thinking, why isn't Warhammer based on a D8 or D10? I feel like having a bigger range of numbers for saves and damage would be easier to work around on. At least thematically, it seems weird for a Terminator to have a 2-up save and a vehicle to have a 3-up save. That's probably a legacy thing that most games, D6 is the kind of de facto standard for dice, Vegas and whatever. But it was what was available to produce at the time they made the world and games originally, right? There, you remember like 4-sided, 8-sided, 20-sided, 12-sided, 10-sided dice weren't a thing back then. Maybe there was somebody making them for something, but generally no. And so 6-sided dice are the deal. And then you just get used to it. Old dog, no new tricks. Why not? I agree. It gives you a lot more game development flexibility too, because if you play with a 10-sided die, then you work in increments of 10% changes, which gives you, a lot more range than a D6. Nearly twice as much, right? So when you want to change the save to balance the game from a 2+ to a 3+, you haven't changed it as much, whereas on a 6-sided die, what is that? 16%, 16 point something percent, 16.2%, or whatever it is, 16.7, I don't remember. As opposed to 10, right? So it gives you a lot better range to work with a multifaceted die, but nobody likes them. We've seen it constantly that games that play with anything other than a D6 tend to not do so well. So I think it's built into the psyche of just about everybody from developers to gamers themselves that the D6 is the place to be. They're cheap. They're plentiful. You can buy, ChessX bricks of however many 36, 32 dice for $13. Maybe they're not that cheap, but for the little 10 mil ones or whatever they are, 12 mil ones. So I think that's kind of a I don't know what you call it. It's just ingrained into who we are. Instinctual decision more so than a functional one. Game Acryl, no, bad. Who's going to make the hobby holder? Ghost Hunter. You like Baldur's Gate 3, but I rag on it for a lot of stuff, so yeah, I'm going to compare other game devs to it. I haven't played it. It doesn't appeal to me. I used to work for a company that absolutely changed its name multiple times as it screwed up and ruined its reputation. That's crazy. Really. And people let that happen. They didn't follow it around and figure it out. That's crazy. I can't imagine that. Just finished Sons of the Forest, still in early access, and it was friggin' awesome. Is that like a survival game? I can picture that. It was called The Forest originally, and then Sons of the Forest is a sequel to it or something? I've never played it. I was speaking to the liquidation sales, cheap shops that are open for a day or change their name. Oh, okay, yeah. Gotcha. You're going to do a glow effect with Noosh just because you can? It's great. You know, we've had a lot of people that can see the power of Noosh doing things like glazing and filtering in big areas like that where you can control it for longer to do things like effects. When you're not just working to do a highlight where you're building up layer after layer after layer. It's not the best for that because it takes too long to dry between layers. So if you're planning on doing multiple layers, you're doing quick filters with glazes and regular glaze and wash medium. Noosh is when you want a lot more working time with that. And so if you're doing effects like glow effects and stuff, it could be great because you want to get it just right. You don't want to put bright yellow glow. Doing OSL and effects on models is some of the most scary stuff because as soon as you put the paint on, you're screwed. You know, if that glow's not right, guess what you're repainting? Everything, right? So, yeah, it's great for that because you can move it. And if it doesn't look right, get your brush wet, take it all off. You can literally take it to where it doesn't look like you put any paint on it at all after Noosh. You know, so it allows you. It allows you to kind of sketch and erase, right? It's liquid Etch-a-Sketch. That's what we should have called it. Needed a bigger safety stock for Noosh, I guess. Slavic, I wish. Bad planning on our part. There's a hardcore band from Florida called Kick to the Head, and they were great. Saw them live once and think about them at least once a week. Seriously, once a week. Wow. Did they ever like have an album? Do you have an album or anything? Or was it just literally that live show and done? Like a local band that was opening for somebody and then never heard of them again? Noosh is perfect for you because you didn't want to deal with oils but wanted that type of effect. Well, yeah, and that's my thing. I don't want to deal with turpentines and mineral spirits and smelly stuff. They make like odorless mineral spirits, but that's not the case. Good point. The average person has D6 laying around. Yeah. They're just easier to get in quantity, right? Because a lot of these games balance off of more dice or less dice, as opposed to more faces on the die you roll. They do more or less dice, which the math doesn't work the same way, but it gets you somewhere. You know, I mean, yeah. Matt from Mini Wargaming did a video about dice and how they approached it for Ravage Star. What does Ravage Star use? The president of the company was a silver-tongued grifter would change names. Man, I worked for a place, good God, what was I, 21, maybe 22. I started my first business in 93 or 94. And prior to that, I worked for a business that the guy was like that. He was just a snake oil salesman. I learned a lot about what not to do in life from that guy. He was a smarmy bastard, right? He robbed a lot of Peters and didn't even bother to pay the Pauls. The way I started my first business in league with the guy who was teaching me at University of Texas on acoustical engineering, he helped set me up. And then I was contracting for this other guy who was a snake oil salesman, and he screwed over a customer in Florida really badly. And that customer was not the kind that you screwed over. He had heavy duty attorneys and like new people. like he was an Italian, first gen Italian in America, and was nobody to mess with. Like the people around him, I never knew, but the people around him are like, yeah, you don't do that to us. And they always spoke like that, and you're like, ooh. But that guy called me one night, and he says he was like, Jason, he was like, when is this person? I'm not gonna mention his name. When is this person planning on finishing my job? And I said, Ugo, never. And he got really mad at me, and I had to prove to him that it wasn't me that was making this decision. I'm just a worker. And he gave me my first job, right? He was like, well, he goes, do you have what it takes to finish my job? And I said, I looked at me in the eye, I go, do you have the money to pay for it? And he said, yeah, and he bought me a plane ticket, flew me down there, and I worked on the job and got it done. And between that and the other guy referring me, I started my first business. So, you know, I gained from that situation by being the good cop while the bad cop burned himself to the ground. But at the same time, he was being the president of an association that dealt in like automation. It was kind of fledgling for like building and home automation stuff at the time, and that's where he had directed his focus. And he had become the president of that organization and during that time. And while his whole business crumbled to the ground and all his customers started suing him, they were raising him up in that position in that organization, how great he was. Because he could talk. Because he could give a good presentation. Funny. Silver-tongued grifter. That's exactly what it was. Odorless. Good joke. Sons of the Force is a sequel to The Force. Okay, gotcha. I thought it was. I just haven't played them. Kick to the Head was great. Your friends saw them. Oh, Ghost Hunter, you know him too. You bought oils to potentially play around with in college, still haven't opened them like 15 years later. The thing is, they'll be good too. So that's one thing. That's one thing. It's funny, when we moved house here recently, I found a fishing tackle box. I should bring that up here if it's not. It may be here someplace. Oh, I think it's in my garage. I found a fishing tackle box that had my old art supplies in it. So it had like old kneaded rubber erasers and pencils for sketching, and it was my art supply box for when I was doing 2D art and painting and stuff. And it has some tubes of Winsor Newton acrylics and a couple of oils in there. The only things that were bad in that entire case is a paint pen was, of course, just gone. And then bottles of inks. The inks had all evaporated, right? They weren't Daler Rowney. They were older than that. I forget, Faber-Castell or whatever. They were inks for pen that I used to use for painting comic pages with. And all the inks were dried up and just pigment in the bottom. And so those were toast, so we threw those away. But the acrylics, the Winsor Newton acrylics, I popped the top on them, squeezed them out, paint. I was like, holy hell. Those have literally, like I think if I looked at them, they had the old price tags on the tube still. I'll bring them up here. I'll try to find some of that and bring them up here. It's pretty amazing. Like I want to say that they were from like Michaels, back before Michaels became MJ Design. So these were like 80s. these are like bought in like 1984, 1985, and they're still good. Pretty crazy. Spitfire, thank you for gifting this sub to Ghost Hunter. Just because Ghost Hunter knows you're banned. Ravage Star is a war game. Oh, I know that. I was asking Wad, like, what is the dice that because somebody said that Matt was talking about how they approached it. And I said, what are they doing for Ravage Star? I definitely know what. I've talked to many Wargaming Dave about it extensively. But what are they doing with the dice? Because that's what you brought. That's what you were talking about. Sorry that if it wasn't clear, that's what I was questioning. You were so excited to learn oil paints in art school, and after a while, I was like, this sucks. Oils are really great for painting two-dimensional stuff on. They blend really well, but it is its own thing because it's easy to mess up, right? With oils, you have to think in terms of layering. Like, what's my base layer? What am I putting on top? So oils will teach you very quickly to work. For me, that's where working dark to bright really came in, because it was easier for me to mix bright colors into the dark oils and get the midtones out of it than to do the opposite. As soon as I put dark colors into light in order to make that blend, it all became dark. Light color, a little bit of light color goes a long way over darks, whereas it takes a lot of dark over light to make the effect happen. For me, that was my learning experience. And so that's what really launched me. I always felt like I was doing it wrong. And then I found that, Leonardo da Vinci, his whole process was dark to light as a painter, and his thought process, because he's like, that's how the world works. He's like, if you turn off, if we have no lights, if all the candles are out, then there's no color. So in order to get color, you have to add light. And so that whole process, it resonated with me. It clicked. It was my light bulb. I was like, oh, well, of course. And so that's why I paint from dark to light the way that I do. And I've spent my whole life painting dark to light. You need to learn how to paint from light to dark as well, because you'll be using that in things like glazing, where you glaze up and then down and up and then down to get the right tones created. But yeah. Spitfire's like, that's exactly why. Oh, they use D10s. Yeah, I think D10 is probably where we need to be. It rolls better. I would think there would have to be some math someplace that says that D10, between D10 and D12 and D20 perhaps, you probably get the best randomization of numbers. The D20 for Infinity always felt good. It gives you the broadest range that I think is controllable. Obviously, a D100 would give you the most granularity because it's 1% increments. But what a hassle, you know, like a D1. Screw that. But 2D10s works the same way, right? The only thing you can't roll is a 0. But if you do 2D10s, then you can do percentile, right? You can roll percentile with, 2D10 is a D100, and that is a pretty bitchin' way to do a game. So with 2D10, you have a lot of balancing ability within your game as far as rules writing goes, because you have 100% and 1% increments to change the way things work. So, this hits on a 20. What if it hits on a 21? Well, that changes quite a bit, and so it can be very small increments to get something paced right where it needs to be, as opposed to what you have to do in Warhammer and games like that, which is you take 16.x% and move it on that scale. And it really needed a 5% change. And you can't get 5% on a D6. So what do? You make them attack more or less. You take the 16% change and give them more or less dice to kind of fake it, and it doesn't work, right? Because that's not how that works. So you don't like the Chem Lab experience of oils? Yeah. There was 120. I've seen 100 dice, 100-sided die. It really doesn't. It really doesn't sit on a face well if it's actually rollable from the palm of your hand. They're big, like everlasting gobstoppers, but each face is minuscule in the actual facet. So it's almost more like a golf ball, right? A golf ball feels round, but it has facets. They're just divots, and so that's what a D100 is. Those big bastages, you roll them, and I guess it lands on a face. I don't even know how to tell. I think you just guess. It looks like it's a 1. But yeah, they make large dice like that. I may have seen 120 side die. At Gen Con, there was some guy that was selling weird, crazy dice. It was a huge one that was like a D100 or something like that. But again, just 2D10s solves the problem. You don't need to roll a 0. Take 0 out. So I guess you have 99% to deal with, right? It's a dysdiachous triacontrahedron. That's not even words. Triacontrahedron. That's not even words. Just making stuff up. Trying to be cool. Slavic, I used to have one with round weights that would stop it in a spot, but you still had to guess what the top fast. Yeah, exactly, right? Because it's just, you can't tell. There's not enough angularity to it to where you can tell exactly what's straight up and down with it's all Greek. It's all Latin to me. Yeah, those big dice seem ridiculous. Just roll 2d10s. There have been some games that have done that. Use the 2d10s as percentile dice. But again, I think you have a component where you're asking people to do what is considered at game night more complex math. It's not. 2 plus 2 is still 4, and it's still not hard to get to 4 from 2s, right? And rolling 50 million D6s and picking out 4s, 5s, and 6s seems to be more hassle than doing the math of rolling 2D10s, right? Or 4D20s. Like Infinity, I think the most I ever rolled was like 5 dice, and the D20s. And you had target numbers that you were trying to hit. And there's good resolution in a D20, right? Obviously 5%. And so you have a lot of movement there. But if you ask people to do anything beyond that, and I think even the D20 thing hurts, right? D&D gets away with it because all you're looking for is a number. You're not doing any math, right? Give me a wisdom check. Blah. You make it or you don't. It doesn't matter how many sides the dice have, right? It just gives you numbers. The numbers get bigger. Wisdom could be a 1 to 6, right? The same way. So the variation in D&D dice, right? The old set that's a D4, a D6, a D8, a D10, a D12, D20. Maybe they don't have a D10. Do they have? Yeah, they do have a D10, right? To have one of each of those. Is it you can roll anything you need to, right? So you can do percentile by rolling 2 D10s, right? The first one's 10s, the second one's 1s. So you can do a percentile dice. You can roll anything you need out of those dice, and you don't even need duplicates, right? So D&D was always a great system back in like 2nd edition. I haven't played a whole lot of 5th edition or onward or any of that stuff, so I don't know modern D&D as well as I probably should. But Same thing, I would assume. As long as you're just looking for a target number, all dice are equal, right? You just roll. What do you get? There's just more numbers to choose from. It's like having scrolling damage numbers on the screen when you play, whatever game you're playing. The bigger the number, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter if you did 1 million damage. They could make his health 10 and you could do 1 damage at a time. It doesn't feel the same. So they make big damage numbers and give the monster tons of health. So it feels different. It's the same. You're taking the same percentage of health away. It's just the small numbers don't look as cool in video games, so they make it big. You can't do the same thing in tabletop games because what are you going to do? You roll a 100-sided die, hoping to get 100 because it feels better? Nah. You roll D6 and you just hate when you get a 1. It's just really dumbed down, simplistic, way of thinking about it. But like we were talking about earlier, with $34.99 seems cheaper than $35, right? The same thing is true with the D6. So, we're kind of bringing that full scope here in that conversation is why does a D6 game rule over D10s and D20s? I think D10 is a bad idea from a marketing standpoint. I think it's a great way to build your game to balance it. I don't mean to be negative, but I think if you make a D10 game, it's not going to go anywhere. Sorry. The proof is in the pudding. Show me a D10 game that has any traction in our tabletop miniature world. Name one. Exactly. You can't. They've all gone the way of the dodo. Or they have 20 people that play them, right? Kingdom Death, nobody plays it. It's a game nobody plays because nobody can get it. And it's not a tactical miniatures game either. It's a board game. Board games are out of the question because board games can do whatever they want because, again, it's just looking at numbers, right? Tactical miniatures games where you're having to balance the game based on the abilities that you need target die rolls with is a totally different world than Kingdom Death or any of that. Use a D10 to game test and then swap to a D6 equivalent. You can't do that, though, because you're balancing off of totally different numbers. You can't, on a D10, you could say it hits on a 9, and you do through your play testing, you're like, no, we need to make that an 8. You can't do that on a D6. You don't have that same, by changing to a D6, you've just now made that a 4 versus a 5. Well, a 4 is not the same as an 8, so. Miniac did a good video a week or two ago on the different board games with minis out there. Really enjoyed that one. Oh yeah, was that the one? I don't remember. Somebody did one. Was it Scott that did that? That was like, does GW have the best minis? Was it that one? Ghost Center says, what bell curve of results are you looking for? What do you mean? As a 3.5 player, you do enjoy 5th edition for ease of play? I just haven't played them. The game night thing of 2D10 is the big number problem where a bunch of D6s, you can quick pick out what math. Exactly. Slavic, exactly. It's math versus target numbers, right? Although it's not really. You can still do it with a D10 or 2D10, and you can say I hit on a 60 plus. And you just have 2 colored dice, and you roll them, right? And one's 10s and one's 1s. It's still looking for a number, right? It just then makes it to where I can get the resolution as a game developer. It's only from the developer side that it matters. Because I can say, oh, you know what? Eldar overpowered, right? So instead of taking away D weapons and instead of changing the base rules of what Titanic means, you have them for their big D weapons. Instead of hitting on a 50 plus, you have it hit on a 75 up, right? You have it hit on a 70 plus, a 65 plus, and you just keep moving that number in 1% increments until you get it to where it feels right, and you play a lot of games with it like that, and then you just issue a new card in PDF or in the Army Builder that says they hit on a 61 up, right? But you hear as I'm saying this, I don't know how many raise your hand in chat if as I'm saying it hits on a 61 plus, where your brain just melted because you're like, that doesn't work, right? Because mine did, right? Because nobody wants to hear that you hit on a 61 plus. I want 5s and 6s, and I want to roll a bunch of dice because it's fun. We've all sat there and said, you know what, right? We want to grab a big handful of dice so your opponent looks at you and goes, what? And you go, oh yeah, baby. And you vomit dice on the table and then you pick up all your hits. there's part of the playing that is the fun. It's like when I talk to people that love fishing, it's not about catching fish all the time. It's about going fishing, right? It's about sitting on a boat with your friends and drinking beer, or sitting on the shore and drinking beer, or sitting in thigh waders and fly fishing and hitting a fly against the water and drinking beer. I think fishing is all about beer, right? But it's not always about catching the fish. Obviously, catching the fish is neat, right? But that's the same thing with dice. Is it rolling the dice? We talk about it as from a game development standpoint. What's the best way to be able to balance the game long term for the health of the game? Because you want your game to have traction and to have people that want to play it and think it's fair and not argue about the rules too much. That would be your dream. But in order to achieve that dream, you have to present them a game they don't want to play. That's my belief, right? Because if you present them a game that rolls percentile dice or D12s or D20s or whatever, they're just not going to like it. Because you're not going to find a game that says, wah, and rolls 80 D12s. Are you kidding me? No, you roll D6s. D6s don't turn their face easy. Every other die turns their face too easy. And so, again, we get into these things where, a D6, as you roll a bunch of them, once they've rolled, they're rolled. It's hard to slightly bump it and move it a face, whereas a D10, D12, D8 to some extent. D8 is harder, but a D8 doesn't roll very well, so there's a trade-off there. The D8 is the worst rolling die other than the D4 in that whole thing. So, we have a lot of games that are making games, or a lot of companies are making games with D8s, and the D8 rolls crappy, right? So that one's tough. The D8 is one of those dice where if you drop it out of your hand, it only is going to land on one or two faces. You have to really bounce and roll it hard, put it in a box, let it bang around, put it in a cup and shake it up and throw it out, things like that. The D6 rolls okay, even though it's a square. Cube rolls better than the D8. Everything else becomes more spherical and rolls pretty well. All the other dice roll better. From D10 to D12, D20 and up are all going to roll tons better. But then you can bump them and change the die result very easily. And so you don't want to roll a bunch of them because then the game's hard to track and people get mad at each other. So. The dice you choose gives you a different bell curve of results. Oh, yeah. Slog says, well, it takes a 9 to hit is 20%. So, wait a minute. If you take a 10-sided die, 9 to hit, a 9 to hit is a 20% chance. A 6 to hit is a 16% chance, which is roughly equivalent. But as soon as you change it from a 9 to an 8, there's no way to do that on a D6 is what I'm saying. Right? So you can't do that. Right? Because when you take it down to an 8 to hit, it's 30% chance. Right? And when you take it down to a 5 up, it's 33 something. So that's actually where you get closer right there. Right? But, yeah, it does not. You can quick pick out until you're rolling 40 dice. Yeah, we like the click-clack sounds, man. We like to roll buckets of dice. It's part of the social interaction of the game is like, wah! I like to freaking roll lots of dice, man. I like to watch my opponent's face when I go, I'm about to swing. How many attacks do you get? 16. And they're like, what? And you're like, shooka, 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 blah. I don't even care if I miss. I mean, you do, but, it's like, I love that because I'm a Timmy, right, or whatever it is. I like to run big stuff up in your face and punch you. So I like rolling lots of dice. I like rolling lots of dice that hit on 2s and, wound on 3s and do 18 million damage. That's kind of what I do. So yeah, the balance of the game becomes really tricky because you have to look, we've turned this into a game development stream, but you wind up where you as a developer, right? There's two different sides to this coin that are very, very different, but that share the fact that they are on the same coin. The developer, like I said, wants to be able to have the machinations that allow me to make a game from the start that works very well. I think one of the reasons why you're seeing companies like Cool Mini or Not, it's in their name, Cool Mini or Not, that they came from the world of miniatures for tabletop war games. And the reason why Cool Mini or Not, I wish that Megalodon was here, right? That you see like Cool Mini or Not, and they make more of their income on board games, right, than anything else. But their board games have really cool miniatures still. But why did they do that? Well, because long term, and they may tell me I'm crazy and I'm wrong, but I think that from a business perspective, I would figure this out and say that because the board game is easier to balance for its initial release, and then you never have to touch it again, right? Or very minimal touches on it. Because you can play test a board game till it's blue in the face, and you release it, and nobody ever cares, right? Nobody cares. You might release an expansion, and that expansion adds some new things that would break the original game you're expanding, and so you have to include in there replacement cards for the base game that have to be used, right? So you have the balance built into the expansion, and then boom, you put that out. When you want to play an expansion, this card replaces that one. And so it becomes very simple, and there's no long-term touches on that product other than marketing and expansions. Brilliant concept, right? Brilliant. But doesn't always scratch the itch of tactical combat games where you have the freedom of movement. There's no linearity to the board. You can go where you want, move how you want, shoot what you want, do what you want, put your army together the way you want. We all love tactical combat games because they allow that freedom. And so board games restrict you there. And there's not a real good crossing of the two, but they both have their merits. But when you enter into the board gaming space, it's a little bit easier. It might be harder to come up with the idea that sets it apart because board games need to be different in ways that tabletop combat games don't have to be, I think. But the combat game is long span life of paying attention as a developer, right? In the video game world, it's the difference between releasing one linear storyline game that ends, you play it through and it ends, versus an MMO, an open world MMO, right? PvP open world MMO versus a single player campaign game that you play from the beginning to the end and it's done, right? I made Tomb Raider and I don't have to touch it again, right? Maybe it had some system errors. Maybe I had to port it over to some other console, whatever. I do that, I'm done. Done, right? You make World of Warcraft and you have to hire 50 billion people to keep at it every day, right? Because you built an open-ended system that needed to benefit lots of different people on lots of different days for lots of different reasons, and they figure out the meta and break your game, and it's constant, right? Yeah, exactly, Slavic. You pick up your hits and change all the die rolls because you bumped them around. Right? Everyone knows D12s never actually stop rolling. The hard edge ones do. It's my favorite die. It's weird, right? The D12 is my favorite die ever with the ones that are really cleanly, crisp cut edges. Not the soft ones that everybody makes now. The old ones, like the ones that were like the see-through hard plastic that had the hard edges. I love those things. They rolled so well. Some of those crazy orc attacks where there's 40 dice. 40? What, do you only have one character? Like orcs, I can remember my orcs in fantasy when orcs would charge and you had a brick of like 30 boys and they would swing and you'd be fighting with so many of them, you'd throw like a whole bucket load of dice, right? It's funny because I have you on my iPad and Witty on your phone. You're both doing chatting streams. She should come over here. Could not be more opposite energy right now. Who? Her versus us?
Huzzah, huzzah. I'll just throw back my legs
She's always
and
more
pollute
energetic than
my
we are, I
britches
think.
with
I'm a lazy
delight.
old man. Board games have never scratched the sandbox chess feel of wargaming. Slavic? Yeah. Yeah, well, they can't really, right? Because there's no open-endedness to them. They become tabletop war games as soon as you open them up. The whole thing with a board game is that it is intended to be more linear, more on rails, let's say. As you open the board game world up, that's where tabletop wargaming came from, right? Axis and Allies and Risk may be the closest you can think of. Yeah. Yeah. Well, when I tell people what we do, I'm like, have you ever played Risk? Right now, I don't have to do that as much because everybody knows Dungeons and Dragons right now. So everybody I meet, they're like, oh, like D&D? My son plays D&D, you know? I'm like, yeah, that's it. It's not, but it is, sort of. Right? But Risk is what I would say. Did you ever play Risk? And like, oh, yeah. And I'm like, it's that on a grand scale. You know, instead of little starburst-looking things representing units of troops, you have to build all those as individual dudes. But Axis and Allies, very close. Yeah. Still just a board game, though. Still limits you to where you can move. Right? I guess you could say the same is true of us. We only have a 6x4 table with terrain on it, so it limits where you can move grand. But the board game's always the same when you play it. Right? like Underworlds, because it feels like a board game and a skirmish game at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, Warcry, very similar. Underworld's more so because it has a hex mat, and so it does that better. Deadbeat's like, do I glue this or do I go sub-assembly? You glue it, always. Buffalo Spend Shot, what's going on, man? Thank you for the sub. 5 months. 5 months of painting fun, except today we're hot tub streaming. At 500 subs, I do a dance. We're like nice and chill, and she's witty. Yeah, she's out of control. Wah! We need to get her over here, sitting in the chair. That was the whole point of this, is that we could have guests come in and we could do these kind of sit-down industry chats and things like that. So maybe one day we'll get off our butts and make that happen. Good, Buffalo. Nice. I'm that weirdo sub-assembly guy, but part of me just wants to glue everything, so I feel you. If I don't glue it, I'll lose it. It's rare. I mean, you guys have been around here long enough and watched me build and paint enough models. You know that I very rarely do sub-assemblies. It's when I do, it's because it is a piece that covers up too much of the model and doesn't allow me the ability to paint very well if it is like a shield on a big guy, you know. But most of the time I glue it all together. I mean, I don't care. Well, we painted some crazy models all put together that people are like, you put that together? Paging Mr. Ninas for the extra chair. Yeah, we'd love to get John down here. Vince, too. We want to get all of the signature artists here at some point. Ben and Matt are the hardest ones right now. Our next two signature artists are also going to be tough to get in, but they're both very psyched about it, so hopefully we can get that to happen. I know with one of them, it's a definite, it's going to happen. I just don't know if it's going to be before, after, around, somewhere in the Adepticon timeframe. It would be great to do both of them at that, because we plan on releasing the next two the last two signature artists for this round will be coming out in March. Trust me when I tell you, you will be super excited for our next two signature artists. Slovak with baby, I just don't have that time for sub-assembling. Shop owner tried to talk me into magnetizing. I'm not there for that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't take the time to magnetize unless it's just nuts stuff. What was it? We were just seeing something that all of the Adeptus Titanica stuff I magnetize. Because there's only like, well, at least arm weapons. And for the big Titans, the Carapace weapons too. But you only have like 5 models that you have to play with in a army. So, and they're bigger. It's easy a little bit. Signature Cherries, Lord Commander Jin is the best set yet. You already have 100 plus colors that are Lord Commander Jin signature series. The first couple of signature guys were real busts, so hopefully the last one's actually good. Oh, they were amazing so far. We're going to go out with a bang. Let's just put it that way. We came in with a bang. We had a big bang in the middle, and we're going out with a bang. We're keeping it right in line is the goal here. All right, gang. Are we done? Have we reached the end? 10 after 6. Ironbark, thank you so much for the follow. I think we're going to end it here, perhaps. It has been a wonderful stream, wonderful evening. It is game night, so I'm going to go out and see if anybody's actually playing games. But I have had a blast just sitting around chatting. Maybe we'll do this more outside of normal stream time. I swear, we'll paint. Baby J did a lot of painting today. But we will paint. But maybe we can start picking up one evening out of the week where we do some sit-and chats. So we'll see what we can do. But have a wonderful evening. Have a even better weekend, though. It is Friday night. I hope everybody's had a wonderful week as you're sliding into the weekend and they have something fun and relaxing planned. Or if you're one of those that works all weekend, that you've had some relaxing time during the week or have some coming up on Monday, Tuesday. All right? Fireside chats with Jason. We'll have we need the green screen and a fire. Or we'll just light this console table in between the chairs on fire. Next level painting.
Well, huzzah,
What?
huzzah. I'll just throw
Next
back
level painting's
my
a
legs
con
and
artist.
pollute my britches with delight.
con artist. We were talking about silver. What was it? Silver-tongued grifter. Silver-tongued grifters. The one, the only next level painting. Creeping on me live. Why aren't you streaming? Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be streaming? Well, we're coming for that booty. So we're about to raid that man. It's a streamception. Kenny wants to know if you're even painting. No. I painted for 30 minutes today. I painted for 30 minutes. You're raiding Dr. Rhino? What? Oh, damn it. Damn it. Well, then I guess we'll follow you into that wonderful rhino butt, right? Let's coordinate. All right, we're done. We're finishing. I'm going to go raid Dr. Rhino. You guys stick around. Have a wonderful weekend, everyone. We will catch you back here on Monday and have a fun time. We'll catch you on the side. Remember, we do stream 5 days a week here, 2 to 4 p.m., Monday through Friday, unless I decide to sit here and talk nonsense for 2 hours after the stream. Yeah, we'd love to see you back. Hit that follow button. Do all the things. Go check out the store. Buy some Pro Acryl. And let's go with Kenny's group and go raid Dr. Rhino. Show him a good time on Friday night. Adios, gang. We'll see you on Monday. I have to walk all the way over and hit the button because I don't have automation here. Rats.